Apple in its fight with Fortnite maker Epic Games. A San Francisco-based federal appeals court says Apple cannot pause a court order requiring it to let App Store developers steer users to the web to buy in-app items without paying a commission. Epic Games has taken Apple to court, saying it engages in anti-competitive conduct. Private sector job creation fell dramatically in May. Payroll processing firm ADP is reporting that 37,000 jobs were added. That's down from 60,000 in April and well below the 110,000 that market analysts had expected. It is the lowest monthly total since March of 2023. Five Below saw revenue 20% above in the last quarter, and that was better than expected. The low-cost retailer posted higher earnings and sales as it added to its footprint with 55 new stores. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Kayal and Company will be there from 6 to 10 a.m. Come by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Back-to-back nights of a guaranteed blast at the ballpark. You won't want to miss the Xfinity fireworks shows on Monday, June 30th and Tuesday, July 1st, both at 6:30, when the Phillies host the Padres. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Deep to right field, forget about it!
Send the Phillies stars south to Atlanta for the 2025 All-Star Game. Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at Phillies.com/vote.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Thursday, June 5th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers.
Hi, everybody.
Morning, Robert. Dawn Stenzelin, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning. Happy Thursday. It's going to be a hot one.
Going to be toasty out. Woo! Gregory.
I like this. I like this weather. Come on. Let's keep this going. Let's keep this up. Come on.
My bike
No.
shall arrive this morning.
Good.
Thank you, Wayne Bonfiglio.
Dawn, do you remember all the hell I got for not having my bike and not picking it up until May 6th?
Yes.
And Road Warrior, a good fan and friend, Road Warrior, had to drop it off to me at the Politics and Pints.
Yes.
And here we are, June 5th.
Oh, my goodness.
And Nick is finally getting his bike.
Oh,
Get off. So I'm just saying. All right, now's the time. We really need
Now,
to.
here's the stretch run.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not only do we have to train and get our butts in shape.
Butts in shape.
Got to really
Literally.
legitimately get your butt in shape.
Yep.
By the way, I'm going to need a wider waistband this time
A wider.
for the padded.
What happened? What happened?
Padded stuff.
What happened to the weight loss thing?
Just it's plateaued.
It plateaued like six weeks ago.
Plateaued 6 days in. I'm stuck in neutral.
So Wayne Bonfiglio.
He's on his way.
He's on his way down.
He's on his way. Yes. Right. We should have it at some point. I would assume within the cut sheet.
All right. Well, we need to bring him up here, and he needs to. Can you not get a bike?
No.
We pay you enough. Just.
I don't ride, but I'm not a bike guy.
Go buy a bike.
Am I going to buy a bike to ride it once a year? What am I, Pee Wee Herman?
Oh, you're disgusting.
Plus, that bike that Wayne has gifted me 2 straight years
Gifted you.
has led to success.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of
It's a superstitious thing
yes.
now. Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. All right.
I have been able to finish twice.
All right.
We have a lot to get to today,
Yes, we
folks.
do.
This is a good one. A big take on grifting and then drifting away from everything that you claimed you believe from a political ideology standpoint, courtesy of the latest to join the book club that nobody will purchase or read, Karine Jean-Pierre. The binder is back in a big way. And a lot of mainstream media are going after her for writing a book.
How dare she?
It's unbelievable. Will she eclipse Jake Tapper's 53,000 week 1 sales?
Can you Wayne is actually pulling up now. So can you send Jimmy Kelly down to get him?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Because Jimmy Kelly, yes. I've told Jimmy to go down, so he should be ready for this.
All right, I want him to come up and shame you.
Yes.
For the fact that it's June 5th and you haven't even stepped your one cheek on a bike yet.
One cheek.
I did 3 warm-ups last year. I'll absolutely eclipse that this year. Okay. Not that I think I need it. I think I could actually do this blindfolded. It's a layup.
Okay.
Yeah. Play high school football. You can do almost anything. But back to the preview of the show.
Sorry, Nick.
Karine Jean-Pierre in the big take. Also, Joy Reid has broken her silence on her dismissal from MSNBC. Who is to blame, or what is to blame for her firing?
Ratings.
Speaking of grifting, we will tell you. Also, Dawn Stensland was absolutely correct. And when Stocker gives her the business, Stocker's wrong.
It's true.
When Dawn claims it's all on the pandemic, we have the data and the proof to show you that a lot of things that are plaguing society, yes, it was the pandemic's fault.
So now we believe polls and we believe...
We've got data. We've got statistical data, not
Stats,
polls.
okay.
Not
All
polls.
right. Okay.
Actual numbers from unbiased agencies.
Very, very convenient that we agree with things. When we agree with things, the data and the polling is great. But when we don't, it's like, it's rigged. All rigged.
The facts don't lie.
Okay.
The FBI, the CDC, all the data in all the different categories that were inflicted by the pandemic. I'll give those coming up later. And then also, Dave Chappelle had a conversation about political comedy, fiery Saturday Night Live monologues, Trump, Palestine, and immigration. Big write-up in Variety, variety.com, the website. I want to use that as a launching board for a springboard for this clip that we're going to play for you of Dave Portnoy.
Oh, my God.
Going off on a fellow Barstool talent over anti-Semitism and Jewish jokes.
I watched this 2 times last night.
I loved this clip. Love this clip.
How are we going to play it all with all the F-bombs?
It's close. I hope the editing has gone into effect.
Yeah, because we still operate like it's 1962, and the adults that listen to this radio station can't hear curse words. Heaven forbid if at 6:05 a 7-year-old is listening to the radio. These antiquated FCC rules that tie both our hands behind our back once again.
And yet we still pull it off.
I can't hear the F word. Ooh, I do.
From the F word to the news, the weather, and so much more. Let's get down to business. Round number 1 at 6:06, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, we want to get right to it because we are also sponsored on this hot June the 5th day. It will feel hotter than 90 today, so get ready and make sure you liquidate as far as, not liquidate, but you know what I'm saying, that you drink lots of liquids today because it's going to be a hot one. We are sponsored this morning by Independence Seaport Museum. So I know that Wayne Bonfiglio, we have the breaking news with him. We have a lot of breaking news from across the region. We'll get to all of it in a moment. But first, the President of the United States of America has breaking news, a big announcement that pretty much everybody is affected by, everybody's reacting to with regard to what many are calling in the so-called mainstream media this morning as a big Muslim country ban. That's what the mainstream media is saying, that Trump has doubled down on and I'm air quoting here, a major Muslim ban. So I know that we have the president making the big announcement.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them. In the 21st century, we've seen one terror attack after another carried out by foreign visa overstayers from dangerous places all over the world. And thanks to Biden's open door policies, today there are millions and millions of these illegals who should not be in our country. In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America. That's why on my first day back in office, I directed the Secretary of State to perform a security review of high-risk regions and make recommendations for where restrictions should be imposed. Among the national security threats their analysis considered are the large-scale presence of terrorists, failure to cooperate on visa security, inability to verify travelers' identities, inadequate record-keeping of criminal histories, and persistently high rates of illegal visa overstays and other things. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States. That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others. The strength of the restrictions we're applying depends on the severity of the threat posed. The list is subject to revision based on whether material improvements are made, and likewise new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. But we will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe. Thank you very much.
Good. I love that. God, I love that. I voted for that. And of course, the media is going to have a meltdown. Yeah. Oh, it's anti-Muslim. It's anti-terrorist. Get all the bad people that are already here the hell out and keep them out. And don't let anybody else come in. Closed for business, Dawn. No vacancies. Yeah. No bad people.
And so you heard him say the citizens of 12 countries in particular, they are banned from coming to this country. But there are the 7 other countries that face restrictions. So these are actually, if you think about, his first term policy, this is now expanding beyond. So the new ban would include Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen. So it goes beyond.
Isn't Cuba on the list?
Yes,
Cuba, Venezuela.
How do Cubans feel in South Florida?
Oh.
Well, these are the heightened restrictions.
Marco Rubio. I'm looking at you there, Holmes.
Yeah.
Well, Cuba is on the list of the heightened restrictions on visitors. So, in other words, the initial list that he meant, the first 12, they are banned.
Full travel ban. Yes. The other ones are
Sierra
partially
Leone,
restricted.
Togo, like all of those, Venezuela.
Yep.
All of those other ones that he said he may include, those ones are just their heightened restriction. It's not a total ban. And I think that he constructed this executive order such that, like he said, they could be flexible if they get further, threats.
Yep.
So
I
there
love
it is.
This. I voted for this. Stay the hell out. You think this guy who made his whole platform almost around the border is going to allow and permit a 9/11 type attack under his watch? Not a shot in hell.
You don't think the people that are already here
I know that's the fear.
And they're rooting him out.
I mean, come on, guys.
Not going to happen under this guy's watch.
It's like when a pandemic is around, they're like, well, we need to shut down travel. You don't think it's already here?
Well,
come on, guys.
It could be. We have a clip coming up in the cut sheet from TMZ that, according to their sources, there was a 5th plane on 9/11. So you never know.
Well, I do. Okay, so to your point, what I would say, part of this is a situation of being overwhelmed. And so by shutting everything down, you mentioned 9/11. What did they do? The air traffic, remember the story of the air traffic controller, first day on the job, said, all flights, everything's grounded. We're going to shut everything down so we can take control.
Yep.
That's essentially what I see him doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Because you just played the clip. What was it, yesterday, day before? Tom Homan. You had Dan Bongino last night. I mean, it's pretty scary what they're talking about as far as the risk.
I think when you look at this right now, you can take all these media honks out there that make 7 figures. Same rules apply from South America countries. Hate has no home here. So if you think this is a ban on Muslims, here's what I want you to do. We'll find some terrorists that are already in the country. We'll ship them to your gated community. You house them. Mm-hmm. You guys would all soil yourself.
Can we bring in Wayne real fast?
Yeah. Breaking news now. So the first story was, just to be clear, we have the President of the United States of America. Now we have Wayne Bonfiglio.
Yes.
All right, in this order.
And, of course, Jimmy Kelly's disappeared. Yeah, Jimmy Kelly's inability to help our guests around for a guy who's been here for a quarter a century is staggering to me. Staggering to me.
He'll help him.
Where'd he go?
Just relax.
He's gone. There he is. No, we have no headphones in here for Wayne. And nobody. Wayne's got a broken hand right now. Thank you, Wayne. He's carrying around a mountain bike.
Look at that.
With an ace bandage on one hand, a smartphone in the other.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Nick's.
Thank you, Wayne. I guess Jimmy Kelly's manning the phones for 2 hours now.
There he is.
There he is. Wayne, sit down. Jimmy, come on. Let's go. What do we got? Let's go. Hi. Here we go.
Okay, we got.
Look at this. Wait. There we go, Wayne. Sit down. Let's have a little conversation. There he is. First of all, what happened to the hand?
Trigger finger.
Trigger finger. So
Yeah.
you shoot lefty.
I shoot both hands.
You shoot both hands. So you're a bi shooter. It's interesting.
Okay,
Very interesting.
We'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. The bike looks great. I think I'm going to pull off a three-peat this summer.
I think you will.
Pull the microphone up a little bit closer.
I think you definitely will.
There you go. Now, I was told that there was I believe you had said that there was some alterations made to the bike from last year.
No, except it was never only a little dust on it because it hasn't been ridden since you had your.
Well, and prime example as to why I would never buy a bike, because I'm going to ride it one day a year and it's going to collect dust.
Wayne, it's really disgraceful that this is his third year doing this, and he hasn't purchased a bike yet. Like,
I'll give you $35 for it.
It's all good. Listen, it's all good, Greg. Just don't be a hater just because we won't give you one yet.
Yeah, you talk about this guy's giving me guff over not buying the bike, not training, not riding. He has not ridden the bike ride since Obama was president.
It's true. That's absolutely true.
I get no respect around here. None, Wayne.
He's not wrong, Wayne.
Well, you rode with the other guy.
I did.
You rode with the other guy.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking? Uncrustables this year?
I was 30 then.
Gatorades?
Oh, the whole
bananas.
It's all going to be there.
Water.
Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. We're doing the 65-mile bike ride from the Ben Franklin Bridge to the Jersey Shore.
Yes.
Atlantic City. On Saturday, July 21st?
20th.
20th.
The 20th.
Okay.
July 20th, 2025. So Families Behind the Badge, and you can register or you can donate.
Yes.
JJ says, Greg, we remember Anklegate from last year. Release the medical records.
Yes. Wait. Who's Dawn? Who was the medical doctor that was under both Trump and Obama? What's his name?
Oh, Ronnie Jackson.
Yeah, Ronnie Jackson needs to release the medical records of Greg Stocker. Okay. Somebody needs to file a Freedom of Information request.
We'll do that.
Dr. Jackson.
Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Just go to GregStockerSucks.com. Donate right now.
Yes. So 65 miles, 30 miles, 10 miles. What are you feeling this year? You think there's anything maybe a little plot twist? We have any difference in maybe the rest stops? Which, by the way, I'm actually feeling so motivated because Stocker keeps busting my chops. I might not stop at every rest stop. So Wayne, you might only see me once or twice.
I did see you at
everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
And you were hurt. You were hurt.
Hurting.
You were good up until
the last one.
Well, Egg Harbor City.
Was that the third one?
That's the baseball fields.
Oh,
that's the third one.
I was starting to cramp.
Yeah.
I needed 2 Uncrustables.
Yeah.
You were hurting. Phenomenal.
You were hurting a little bit.
Yeah, I know. We are. Well, we've got people added to the team this year. So in all seriousness, thank you so much, because you guys do it. And if you've ever thought about riding, certainly the donations are great, but riding, they treat you like a king at every stop, every 15, 14, 17 miles, whatever it is. I mean, there's no way you won't be able to finish. They will hydrate you. They will feed you. They'll throw you in an ice bucket, whatever you got to do to stimulate yourself and get you to the finish line. They do.
Yep.
And then you go down, you drive all the way down from stop to stop.
Yeah. I've been doing this for, I think, 13 or 14 years now.
And you look good. You look like you've lost weight.
I have.
So I took Wayne's weight, is basically what I did.
He lost it, you found it.
Yeah, you found it.
It's great to see you, man.
Same here, buddy.
Thanks,
Listen,
Wayne.
all the luck. So ride safe, be healthy.
I hope that hand gets better.
Oh, it's got to come off. This is not.
It's almost done?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Please donate now. Please be generous. We're all doing the ride. Well.
And GregStockerSucks.com.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Or just Greg Stocker Sucks in general.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wayne.
You're welcome, buddy.
Exactly.
I love you, brother.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
All right, there he is, Wayne Bonfiglio. The bike has arrived. I'm going to get the first ride in at some point this week. All right, Jimmy Kelly, let's try to get everything out of here. Dawn, if you want to continue with the news.
Let's just do weather because we have to wrap this up. Sorry.
We do.
Okay,
Sorry,
there's
Dawn.
a lot of other. We'll get to the news at some point
at 7
o'clock. But
Yeah.
we are sponsored by Independence Seaport Museum. Discover Philadelphia's river of history and world of connections in the Independence Seaport Museum, Penn's Landing. Explore our region's waterways through hands-on interactive exhibits and more. Plan your visit, phillyseaport.org. Thank you, phillyseaport.org, Independence Seaport Museum, for sponsoring our news on this hot day. So be safe out there.
All right, Dawn, 68 degrees today. It is going up to 91 today. Woo. We're going to have high 80s again tomorrow, and then temperatures in the mid to high 70s with off and on storms on Saturday. A slighter chance of storms on Sunday, and then we'll get right back to the great weather, which is brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Thursday Big Take is on the way. Stay right there.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season and style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorites are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers. Online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
624, Kayal and Company. What a show we have lined up for you today. The cut sheet absolutely loaded. You'll hear that at 7:45. But right now, let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Wawa. Grift, Rift, and Drift. You can add Karine Jean-Pierre to the list. Democrats and legacy media. Wash, rinse, and repeat. I told you just over a week ago, the last 5 years was one big con job. And now the binder is back, and she's joined the club. Fake it to make it, and then spill the beans for profit after it all blows up. It's actually a three-stage approach when you think about it. You gaslight us as a grifter, then the lie gets exposed. Stage 2, the rift amongst cohorts begins, and then they drift away from their scams and schemes and their political ideologies. Former White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre is joining the Write a Book That Nobody Will Read club. If Jake Tapper of CNN sold a measly 53,000 books in 1 week after a massive media blitz, what will KJP sell? 12 books? Here's the binder, pimping her publication. Listen and watch.
Hi, I'm Karine Jean-Pierre, and I am the author of a new book that's coming out this fall called Independent. It's coming out on October 21st, so please do grab it. And the reason I wrote this book, coming out of the White House, serving as White House press secretary was an honor and a privilege. But since I have left, the people that come up to me, strangers that come up to me just across the country as I'm traveling, and sometimes right in my neighborhood, at a grocery store, supermarket, airport, my daughter's school, the number one question they ask me is, Karine, how do we get out of this? How do we protect our democracy? How do we protect vulnerable communities among us? What do we do next?
People coming up to her everywhere she goes, asking her about protecting democracy. I'm not buying that. Nor am I buying the book, but you're welcome for the publicity, Karine. KJP is leaving the Democrat Party in her post-political life. The book is called Independent. According to excerpts, she tells her story of feeling disillusioned with Democrat politics and is now calling for outside the party lines thinking. You mean diversity in thought, which is what we preach every day on this show? She also writes about freeing ourselves of boxes. So the same 3 boxes that you checked, black, female, lesbian, to get elevated to be Jen Psaki's successor is no longer something she apparently subscribes to. Are you implying that meritocracy is the way to go? And finally, she wants to fight for the truth by highlighting the importance of dismantling the torrent of disinformation and misinformation. You mean you want to fight against the same thing that you were guilty of for over 2.5 years? The binder was the queen of fake news, and we have the receipts. Listen and watch.
Does the president have the stamina, physically and mentally, do you think, to continue on even after 2024?
Don, you're asking me this question. Oh my gosh, he's the president of the United States. I can't even keep up with him. We just got back from New Mexico. We just got back from California. That is, that is not a question that we should be even asking.
Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? She must not be here.
No, I totally understand. I just explained she was on top of mind.
The book is suggesting the president tells aides he's tired.
But that's in the excerpt, right?
Yeah, and that's why there have been so few public events before 10 a.m.
I mean, that's a ridiculous assumption to make.
President Biden is the oldest president in U.S. history. Why does White House staff treat him like a baby?
No one treats the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, like a baby.
So there's this book that says
That's ridiculous.
When staff
It's a ridiculous
back,
claim. I would put the President's stamina, President's wisdom, ability to get this done on behalf of the American people against anyone.
How is President Biden ever going to convince the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996?
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you,
Why?
sir. Comments were made in that report about that, obviously about his memory that we don't believe lives in reality. I think you all have called this the cheap fakes video, and that's exactly what they are. They are cheap fakes video. They are done in bad faith, and some of your news organization have been very clear, have stressed that these the right-wing critics of the president have a credibility problem. I think there is so much misinformation, disinformation, as we've been talking about. You talked about the video of the president wandering, and it's not true, right? The president wasn't wandering. And so we believe we have to call that out. We've been calling it cheap fakes. That is something that came directly from the media outlets. Is anyone in the White House hiding information about the president's health or his ability to do the job day to day? Absolutely not. What we have released has been very comprehensive. It has been. It has been transparent. With age comes wisdom and comes experience. And I think that matters as well. He is as sharp as ever, as I have known him to be in my engagement and my experience with him. And I know when I walk into the Oval Office or see him on Air Force One, I have to be on top of my game.
Over 2.5 minutes of lies spanning over 2.5 years. So you're fighting misinformation and disinformation in your new book. That's what you claim, right, Karine? That's like saying you are becoming a firefighter after spending 2.5 years being an arsonist. Gutfeld sums up the secret sauce. Listen and watch.
All right, so here's the problem. This is different. The damage is done. The Democrats always thrived on hoaxes, assuming that by the time the big lie would be exposed, whether it would be Russian collusion or the Fine People hoax, they already got what they needed. The emotional impact of the lie resonated. The truth didn't matter. It's based on that understanding that in working in the press office. The big story always lands on the front page. 2 weeks later, the corrections on page B7. Yeah. That's how it worked. The New York Times and the Washington Post still have their Pulitzers for the alleged Russian interference story, even though we know it's BS. But then something happened, and this is why it's so different. Tapper's book came out. And he deflates this hoax. But it was a hoax that we already knew, but his audience didn't. It was the first time that the correction didn't get buried in the back pages. Biden's infirmity is now more well-known than Biden himself.
And the list of liars, it is stacking up longer and deeper than Fight Club submissions at 9:10 in the morning, or even Stalker's firing squad. Gavin Newsom, men and women's sports, with Charlie Kirk. Listen and watch.
It's like you right now should come out and be like, you know what? The young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports, right. that shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate
but like, would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. So that's easy to call out, the unfairness of that.
And then, of course, Jake Tapper on the Biden cognitive decline cover-up. Listen and watch.
And I think that we need to be skeptical of everything that we are told by people in power. And I mean, that obviously should be the mantra of being a journalist to begin with. If your mother tells you she loves you, get a second source. Right. But we just need to remember that. Like, politicians lie. White Houses lie. Power is an aphrodisiac. And we just need to all remember that and not take at face value anything that we're.
And why do they do this? Because the Democrats and the media are the same entities, and now they can share the same dismal ratings and approval numbers as their party has crashed and burned, and the networks are hemorrhaging viewers in record fashion. And of course, their late-night colleagues, they are completely silent. As Outkick.com writes, for years, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and Seth Meyers, they mocked people for questioning Biden's cognitive ability, and now they are refusing to mention new reports about the cover-up. Not a single mention between the three of them. They go on to write, according to Grabian transcripts, Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and Seth Meyers have not mentioned a single report from Jake Tapper's new book, Original Sin, in which the CNN host details Biden's declining mental state while in office. In the book, Tapper highlights how Biden failed to recognize George Clooney during an LA fundraiser in June, that the actor co-hosted and helped raise $28 million for the campaign. Notably, Jimmy Kimmel, he was the MC of that event. Colbert MC'd another campaign fundraiser for Biden before he bowed out of the race in July. Put simply, not only are the late-night shows on ABC, CBS, and NBC painfully unfunny, they have become nothing more than pure Democratic propaganda. The Democrats in the media, like the boy who cried wolf, lie after lie after lie. And if they ever do tell the truth, there's nobody left watching to believe them. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the good folks at Wawa, which will have wraps on July 20th when we complete the bike ride. Sip into savings at Wawa. Enjoy any size hot coffee, including their new cinnamon churro blend for $1. Any size iced coffee for $2, or a 16-ounce Wawa tea or fruit drink for just $1. Unlimited bonus offers can be redeemed daily with Wawa Rewards. 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. All right, Dawn Stenslin, so when are you going to become a Democrat and write a book?
You know what this reminds me of? This is like the story of the guy I knew in college, and his girlfriend broke up with him, and she said, "You're a liar, and I'm not only leaving you, I'm becoming a lesbian. I'm out."
You're so right. You're so right.
So she's not only leaving the Biden administration, saying that basically his White House was broken, but she's saying I'm out. I'm leaving the party.
Yep.
I just think, the title, Independent, a look inside the broken White House. I mean, wow.
Yeah, so
what a
bad.
Condemnation by the face, basically, of the administration, other than Biden himself.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
When that broke, I actually thought it was a spoof.
Yesterday,
I thought it was a spoof.
I had to wait until some, quote, mainstream media outlets started writing about how the Biden administration felt about her until I knew it was real. Because, again, I can't spot artificial intelligence if it's sat on my face. I just run it through Stalker. I'm like, is that real, bro? All right, we'll go with that. So Politico of all places. This wasn't on Sean Farish's Twitter feed. Politico of all places. Karine Jean-Pierre is leaving the Democratic Party. Her former White House colleagues have some thoughts. They go on to write, several who worked alongside the former press secretary responded to her book announcement with derision and contempt. Karine Jean-Pierre's announcement that she's leaving the Democrat Party, timed with the rollout of a new book, has detonated long-simmering grievances amongst her former White House colleagues about KJP's pursuit of celebrity and personal media exposure while serving as Biden's press secretary. They go on to write, how about this? This is Politico of all people writing this. The attention-grabbing ploy lit up Democratic and Biden alumni text message groups and reignited frustrations that burned for years about Jean-Pierre, according to 7 former Biden administration officials granted anonymity to describe private conversations. One former official recalled that Jean-Pierre had joked about becoming an independent even while on the job in the Biden White House. Quote, everyone thinks this is a grift, the first former official said of Jean-Pierre's book project. As Biden's press secretary, Jean-Pierre's halting, ineffectual briefings, exasperated reporters, and routinely offered material for the Republican Party's main social media account on X. She frustrated colleagues throughout the West Wing for focusing on raising her own profile while leaving the hands-on management of media relations and the White House press shop to other aides, a.k.a. she left it for her subordinates. While it's unclear how she will portray Biden or her time in the White House in the book titled Independent, A Look Inside a Broken White House Outside the Party Lines, several former colleagues expressed confusion at how Jean-Pierre seemingly intends to paint Biden as a victim while pinning her own decision to leave the party on his broken White House. These people are all frauds. They're all grifters. They're all just going from denying something, lying about it, covering up, and then when a publisher comes along or her agent, because I believe she used to be a TV commentator. She was on MSNBC before she took this role, kind of in that transition period where, because she served in a lesser role under Obama, then she went to MSNBC. Psaki gets the job with Biden. Psaki leaves for MSNBC. Here she comes. It's basically the Democrats, the White House, and MSNBC. It's just a revolving door, right? It's like the NFL players. Hey, as soon as my career is over, Fox or CBS will hire me. I'll be an analyst. And then another team will come along and say, hey, you want to play for one more year? Yeah, I'll come out and play. You go play, and then you go right back to the media. All these people do is grift. All they do is get exposed. And I can't imagine. She's not going to do the media blitz like Tapper did. So if Tapper did 53,000 and Bob Woodward's book on the Trump White House, I believe Stocker quoted it as 1.1 million in sales the first week. Tapper had maybe the most prolific book tour I've ever seen. He was only able to sell 53,000. What do you think Karine Jean-Pierre is going to sell? 7,500 books? Audio only? Is anybody going to actually purchase this book?
I think she's going to get way more attention. You're right. She's not going to get more book sales. But I think the media is going to give her way more attention just because of the reaction that we all got from this. We were like, wow. I mean, Jake Tapper is one thing.
Yeah.
But to actually have the mouthpiece, the propagandist of the president.
Which in her defense, or in Dana Perino's defense, or Sarah Huckabee Sanders' defense, your job is to go up there and, make the president and the administration look good.
Yes.
Any negative publicity, deny it, deflect, it's fake news. That's the gig.
There's a reason I don't play Caroline Levitt on the cut sheet. It's because I don't believe a word that comes out of any press secretary's mouth, because their job is to spin for the president, whoever the president is. That being said, I believe that she is going to get so much mainstream media play, and that's her goal with this. The goal is not to sell books. She got a nice advance for it. She doesn't care if she sells 15 copies. Yep. Her goal right now is to get a gig on one of the major networks. Yep. And the stench of the Biden White House is on her too much, so she can't shake that. So how is she going to shake that? She writes a book that cleanses her of all of the evil doings, and all of a sudden MSNBC, CNN, all of these other these podcast companies are like, welcome to the party. Come on in.
Somebody will throw a ridiculous amount of money, far more than she's worth, to do some sort of broadcast. The only thing I would say to push back is, you even said this about Tapper. It's like, dude, you're not helping your cause. You're actually making yourself look worse. Does this make Jean-Pierre look worse? Or is she, unlike, say what you want about Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper's, unfortunately, his job, if we're being honest, if he was a real journalist, was to, call it down the middle. Her job is to lie.
She's in it for a different reason.
Okay.
He's not, I mean, you can say what you will about Jake Tapper, and we've all said a lot, but his role is not the bombastic flame-throwing role.
No.
I believe Karine Jean-Pierre is looking to be the next Rachel Maddow.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think here's the funny thing I realized when you were playing that montage of her over the years. Two things. I always thought, I like her eyeshadow. And then I realized.
You find the most interesting things of, God bless your soul.
But then I realized, even in the one clip where she was defending Biden and she was saying, he is so strong and fab, whatever, she was reading that. She was looking down.
She's awful at her job.
Yeah, well, I realized why I liked her eyeshadow. I could see it all the time because she was always looking down reading.
That's why we call her the binder.
Yeah.
Everything that she was ever speaking about or speaking from had to be right in front of her. Yes, she could never ad-lib. Say what you want about Jen Psaki. Jen Psaki was much better at that job. She is not good at this job, which makes me wonder how she ever had a job on TV in the first place. You could say what you want about Trump's ability to pick people from Fox News, but he's picking people that are good communicators in certain roles that require public appearances for you to get up there and handle the curveballs and the fastballs and the questions and the cameras and the microphones, right? Sean Duffy, on down the list. How many people has Trump selected? He selected people from Fox News for two reasons. One, they're good on camera. Two, they've been loyal. So you say what you want about it, but he's picking people that are good in that profession. Have you seen Trump roll out anybody from television that was awful? I haven't. Now, he might pick people that are not great speakers, but they don't get a ton of airtime anyway, and they're in lesser roles. So this is fascinating. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Joy Reid out at MSNBC. It's been a couple of months. Who does she blame, or what does she blame her dismissal on? We'll wrap it up next. Stay right there.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop over development in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it's Kayal and Company, 649. We will get to more of the content and the Joy Reid story that I teased in a little bit, but we're going to do a little bit of news here earlier than usual because we do have some breaking news, and Dawn will take it away.
Yeah, because it's a breaking news story with firefighters rushing to this area, these SEPTA buses. At least between 4 and 8 buses have caught fire, and you can see this huge plume of black smoke. I know that some of the news choppers have been overhead covering the story.
Yeah, we have the photo up on YouTube, youtube.com/ at 1210 WPHT, courtesy of NBC 10 has the photo up there now.
Yeah, so
wow, that's a lot. Look at that.
It's incredible that these buses. So this is known as like the bus graveyard, if you will. It's a storage facility. It's in the Nicetown section of Philadelphia. So fire crews trying to get this thing under control, but all the buses are stacked side by side, almost like dominoes, if you will. And so this is a maintenance facility. What started it? That's the question. You know, was there somebody trying to commit vandalism? Is this a homeless person trying to stay somewhere, start a fire? You know, I don't know. We don't have word of this cause, but I know the news choppers are overhead. It's known as the Roberts Yard SEPTA Railroad Facility in the Nicetown section. So, you know, in and around that area, fire crews rushing in. This is just breaking within the past, I would say, 18 minutes.
Yeah, and Phil, if you could put the picture back over on YouTube, I mean, that's 5 buses in the beginning of it across, and then you go back a few rows.
A lot of rows.
We're talking, what, maybe 20, 25 buses look like they're being impacted by this?
Yeah.
And then so the firefighters are on the other side. There's an area of trees, so they're trying to spray this thing down, control it. Don't want it to spread to the other buses or the area nearby where the trees are. So no reports of injuries of any sort, but.
Now, are those buses, the way they're all stacked, I mean, there's got to be close to 75 buses in this picture. Are those operational buses, or are those retired buses?
Well, you said it's the bus
repair?
it's the bus graveyard.
That's
right?
what they call it, the bus graveyard.
So they're dead. They're not in service anymore.
No, it's a maintenance facility.
Okay. Wow.
So,
very interesting.
It is. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, arson?
SEPTA contracts due up. This wouldn't be some sort of like union power play, would it?
Well, or we have the SEPTA. Remember, we have in the news, you know, they're urging the governor to step in and do something because of SEPTA and funding transit, because we're hearing about all these cuts.
Mm-hmm.
And so is that in any way, shape, or form related? I mean, I guess it does make you wonder when you see this overhead shot. Wow, what you know, we pay for all the storage of those buses. How many buses are out of service? What's the contract on something like that and the cost? to maintain these buses.
Yeah.
Have you been behind a SEPTA bus ever where it's full or even
No.
half full?
I say that all the time. And I say that about the trains, the R5s and stuff that run in the suburbs. I never see people on them, ever. They're running, but I never see people on them. Yeah, everybody on the YouTube chat is speculating possible arson. And JJ wants to know if they were electric buses.
Wow.
I don't think they are, but that's the question here, because look at that fire.
Yeah.
I mean, it sure looks to me like, how would something like that spread so quickly?
Right.
It's a huge fire, and think about what it would take for one bus, even if whatever's happening, for all of them to ignite like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit unusual.
Agreed. 855-839-1210. We will have the full news when we come back. And also, don't forget, tomorrow.
Whoa.
Yes,
Whoa, what?
we are Oot in a Boot. That's right. Mercedes-Benz Piazza. I always get this wrong. I never can figure out this address. 1260
Wilmington Pike.
Yes. In Westchester.
Yep.
Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Mercedes-Benz dealership, Piazza Auto Group, where we are proud to announce the launch of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet of the Month program.
All right, which one of us is adopting a pet? Sonia asked me that yesterday.
I was trying to get rid of my own pet, so I don't think I can adopt. My wife would be like, "You hypocrite."
No, we really need, like, the Brandywine Valley SPCA is bringing down dogs, so we really, really need people to come out and adopt.
That's
something.
correct.
And bring your own pup down and take a picture in the doggy photo booth. Come on.
Bring your ESA, bring your kangaroos, bring your crocodiles. I'll kiss and play with all of them.
And remember what we said yesterday during the cut sheet. Nick will wear a wig.
That's right.
If somebody brings down a wig, Nick will wear a wig for the entire broadcast, but you have to bring it down tomorrow morning starting at 6 a.m.
That's right. And every month, Dawn Stenzel will be featuring a few pets available for adoption. And you can stop by tomorrow, grab a coffee, a donut, even bring your dog down for picture day.
Pictures.
We will all be there from 6 to noon. Kayal and Company 6 to 10. The Dawn Show from 10 to noon. Piazza Auto Group, not only our studio naming right partner here in the Piazza Auto Group studios, but also our active partner in community partnership programs throughout the year with 1210 WPHT.
And by the way, Lisa Benz, while you're down there, they're not that expensive.
Dude, they're cheaper than my Ridgeline.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, dude. It's not...
Get Dan Piazza on the phone right now. Get Tony on the phone. How am I paying more for a Ridgeline truck than a beautiful Mercedes? Probably a me problem, right? Much like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I didn't read the fine print.
Ed Durr on the YouTube chat says, you need Greg, you need to adopt for your son. I agree with you. The problem is that we would adopt and then we're going to go away. We're going away a lot this summer. So, places that we can't bring dogs. So, we're going to get them and then go away.
Yeah, Stalker takes summers off. Stalker's like a school teacher.
Ed, come out to Mercedes-Benz of Westchester tomorrow morning.
Yes. All right, the full news on the other side, and then also I'll give you the Joy Reid story, and then we also have to get to how Dawn was right because everything did get worse during COVID.
Look at that smile on her face.
And we have the data to prove
clip that
it.
so I can play it on my phone for my husband.
Yes.
Dawn was right.
Dawn was right. Dawn was right. Hour 2, stay there.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Barks at Parks Belmont Stakes Day this Saturday at Parks Racing. Enjoy live thoroughbred racing and watch the Belmont Stakes at Parks. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with Moonbounce Face Painters, food and beverage specials. Plus, you can watch the Basset Hound races in between thoroughbred races to benefit the Tri-State Basset Hound Rescue. It's all happening this Saturday at Parks Racing in Bensalem. Doors open at 10, first post 12:05. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. 21 for casino gambling. Problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45, which will include, if we don't get to it before the cut sheet, we'll get to it in the cut sheet. The big meltdown that Dave Portnoy of Barstool Sports had over one of his fellow colleagues making Jewish jokes during one of their Barstool broadcasts. We'll get into that and a whole lot more.
Kirk Minihane? That's his name?
He was the old morning guy on the Odyssey sports station up in Boston.
Okay, and now he works for Barstool, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
By the way, something slipped in there. Did you hear how much they're paying him at Barstool?
Oh, is that right? They're paying him
you didn't.
I didn't pick up on that.
Okay, all right.
But I did watch the exact clip you sent. I was just so focused on the the Jewish angle that I didn't hear the compensation part.
Yeah.
But I'll take notes for sure.
Yeah. No, don't. Because apparently Odyssey doesn't have Barstool money.
No.
Like 7 figures.
Barstool, they got a lot of coin, no doubt about it. All right, let's get the full news now, as Dawn just gave us what was happening with the SEPTA graveyard. And it's round number 2 of the news at 7:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live on this June the 5th, Thursday morning, sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Yes, we're watching that fire at the so-called SEPTA graveyard. Firefighters on the scene, and we don't know the cause. No word on that. Full investigation to come. We talked earlier, just Trump headlines this morning, and it's a big one. A ban will take effect next Monday, 12:01 a.m., in other words, Sunday night into Monday morning. And this really resurrects, if you will, a policy of Trump's first term. Citizens of 12 countries banned from visiting the U.S., and then citizens from 7 other nations would face restrictions. And so this is much like in his first administration: Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, and then Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela, as well as Burundi. Those are the latter ones, are the newer ones, updated from his first administration, where those citizens will face big restrictions, maybe more thorough screenings or something of that nature. But remember, in his first administration, they said there was chaos at airports and whatnot. So that's why they're announcing it. He announced it yesterday, so people will have a number of days to make their arrangements and make sure they're not at an airport.
Yeah.
So, a U.S. airport, and get caught in that chaos.
Mm-hmm. This is all about making America safe again, making America safer. Some of the crime stats that I have for you coming up in our next story are encouraging. We're back below pre-pandemic crime level rates collectively in this country. But this is about keeping out gang members. This is about keeping drug dealers out, the fentanyl stuff, terrorists. And as we've been talking, and I've been saying, it's not so much just about South America. It's the Middle East. It's Asia. It's a lot of these radical, and this is not an anti-Muslim stance. I don't think anybody has an issue with those that practice the Muslim faith that are peaceful. We're talking about the radicalized segment of the faith, right? That's the same thing with when we talk about Democrats. I don't think people really have a major issue with a moderate Democrat or even, like the old school classic liberal Democrat. The biggest issue is the progressive wing of the party. It's the same thing here with the Muslim faith. These people that believe that they should be killing Americans and killing Jews, stay the hell out of this country. You're not welcomed.
Headlines this morning, and the Philadelphia Inquirer, I'll credit them as they have a headline this morning that federal officers, ICE officers, arresting nearly 20 individuals in Norristown. This is Montgomery County, as the immigrant community calls on Montgo commissioners to act. And so this is a call for action, essentially from, they're headlining this in the local Philadelphia Inquirer for those commissioners to do something. Remember, in Montgomery County, 1 Republican, 2 other Democrats. So you have a Democrat majority. But, this goes along with saying that remember the sanctuary list that was released, then it was called back, and then it was, because the sheriffs were saying, please don't put out a list, Trump administration, of all of the cities that you're targeting, because it hurts us. In other words, with ICE, get your warrants, do what you're going to do your raids, but don't put everybody on notice. I mean, that was essentially my read on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so with this one, though, there's a call for action, or a call to action by to call on the Montgomery County commissioners to, I guess, intercept ICE, to stand up to them. What is that call? What is that?
Jeez.
This is what the advocates are doing. So they're pushing back, in other words, on these ICE any cooperation between local and the feds.
Yeah. Norristown's an interesting area. Sometimes when 202's backed up, I'll take the back roads through Norristown if I'm coming back from, being out towards, like Piazza, Westchester, and you come back, or King of Prussia Mall or something like that. And you go through some really rough parts, obviously, like the downtown part. And then all of a sudden you hit a couple of these little pockets of the suburbs of Norristown, and it's almost like country a little bit. Very odd. I don't know if you've ever picked up on how quickly it can change from community to community within the city of Norristown.
Yeah, and if you're out in Trooper, let's say.
Yeah, right.
And then, because, you'll know, you're probably driving the girls around with dance,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
So I was always driving the boys around with football stuff.
Yep.
So you drive, Trooper into Montgomery County. But in the community, you will see many homes and Hispanic areas, some great little restaurants that are authentic.
Yeah, oh yeah.
In Norristown.
No, there's good food in Norristown.
But you know what? Sometimes I think what goes underplayed and underreported is that communities of, let's say, Hispanic communities, they're more likely to call officials to report so-called bad hombres who are hiding among them.
Yeah, they don't want them there
Right?
either. And the media never tells you about that.
Because they're family people,
Right. Yep.
So I just thought I would, headline that one for you. There's a lot of local news today as well. So let me just get through this one. We're getting some follow-ups as well. Montgomery County District Attorney's Office announcing this arrest in connection with a deadly shooting in Norristown, putting out the mug shots of teenagers. This is unusual. Usually in Philadelphia, if there's a 16-year-old, let's say, or 13, younger, under 18, they don't usually release mug shots because of their tender ages. Not so in Montgomery County.
Oh.
They're identifying 16-year-old Kaleem Rolam, 16, facing murder charges in the killing of 20-year-old Tahaj Harrison. This happened just a couple weeks ago. Harrison was shot. This happened on the 600 block of Corson Street. Officers were the ones called to the scene, finding him dead in the backyard of a home, and he staggered into somebody's yard after being shot. That homeowner calls 911. This is according to the DA's office. So they're now charging, and since they're naming him and showing him as an adult, 16-year-old.
Stalker's always seeking descriptions and identities. He's got it here.
So they're also, Montgomery County, issuing an arrest warrant for another suspect, 17-year-old Nasim Rowland of Norristown, first-degree murder charges, $5,000 reward being offered for his arrest. So just a contrast between right over the border, in Montgomery County, putting out mugshots of these 17-year-olds, putting out a reward, charging a 16-year-old with first-degree murder.
Mhm.
Quite a contrast from what you would see in Philadelphia.
Oh, for sure.
Do we still
Kevin
have
Steele's office?
Do we have the description of the Fairmount Park shooting yet?
Nope.
Shooters yet? Okay.
It's quite amazing.
It really is.
It really is. What are we, day 15 now?
It's unbelievable.
There are no descriptions, no motive.
Nick brought up this point, and it's a great one. Like, in the world where everybody videotapes everything, everybody pulls out a phone. You can't go a second without somebody pulling out a phone, and there's no description of these shooters. Come on.
I've got people throwing Molotov cocktails, and that gets recorded. There's not one person that has video footage.
Yep.
Or if they have it,
they're not
showing it.
Exactly.
Or if they have it, maybe they've given it to the police, and maybe the police are not saying a word about it. I don't know. Just find it hard to believe that we haven't seen anything surface on social media.
There's an update to the story that I had reported to you yesterday. Remember I told you about that deadly crash this was in Limerick, kind of not so far from the outlets there, Montgomery County again. And so this was a police chase, ended in this deadly crash Tuesday night. So I just reported it for you yesterday. So this morning we're learning more. Last night and this morning we're learning that because this turned deadly with the alleged perpetrators fleeing from police, they were being chased following that theft at a nearby Target. So now we learn that these were students at Owen J. Roberts School District sending out a letter saying students from their high school were involved in that crash, and just saddened to share that 2 of their high school students and a former student had died as a result of this situation. A 4th individual who's also a student, a high school student, is seriously injured in the hospital right now, identified as a 15-year-old. And so they've released their pictures and their identities, but this was a deadly situation where, police arrived, they tried to stop the vehicle believed to be associated with this alleged theft at the Target that was reported. Driver takes off, and then this chase ensues.
Cue up the grief counselors at the school now.
Yeah.
I guarantee that's going to happen.
So we have that going on. In this one, and remember, whenever we've had these, there was another one. I think it was Chester County. We talked about like a year ago. The police, if you remember the police were blamed in last year's. In other words, they came out and said the police should not have been chasing accused.
Oh,
remember
God,
that?
Yeah.
Wait for it.
Oh, you think that will be?
I don't know. But
Okay.
Hopefully it's a new day. These officers were called for a theft, for a situation. They were doing their job. They tried to stop somebody.
Yeah.
I believe they were, as far as I can see, fully following their training. But
Yep.
We'll follow it.
Blame the cops instead of, hey, bad guys, don't put yourself in a position to end up in that spot, whether you're a minor or an adult.
We have a house fire in Philadelphia's Germantown section. Firefighters called to that one, and now we know that this fire, a firefighter was injured in this, as well as a child, as the firefighter was trying to save the family. So this broke out early this morning. It's Chelton Ave and near Morton Street, and the firefighter was treated for cuts and bruises, that sort of thing, in the emergency department, and as well the child he saved treated for smoke inhalation there in the emergency department, but it looks like, thank God, not life-threatening injuries. We don't know the cause of that fire. So there was this carnival this is Chester County, New Garden Township in Chester County. Little kids on this train ride, it derailed, and it happened at St. Rocco's Church on Sunny Dell Road. Happened last night. We love our community carnivals.
I love the
pop up.
carnival. Yeah.
And so
Do we?
Oh, I do.
I do love them.
Yes, I love the small rides that stay on the ground that I'm not scared of.
No, it's just
Yeah.
a bunch of toothless wonders.
No, see, I love the
Working
carnival.
the-
It's affordable. They're not gouging you on drinks and food prices.
bunch of carnies.
Oh, it's great.
Hideous.
It's the complete opposite of like a Dorney Park.
No.
Where they're not going to just charge you $35 to park your vehicle. It's outrageous.
Some guy with one hand setting up a tilt-a-whirl.
Oh, I love the carnies.
No, thank you.
Small hands. They smell like cabbage.
Oh,
No,
my
No,
gosh.
thank you.
So we have a story, and it's technically, this is a local story because it's South Jersey, Atlantic City. This is 2 irreplaceable instruments owned by members of the rock band Heart.
Yeah.
Well, these instruments were stolen from a venue in Atlantic City, South Jersey, as the group prepared to launch their nationwide tour. And the musicians, they're now putting up a reward for information leading to their return. So they were supposed to kick off the evening with Heart Tour. It's an evening with Heart Tour at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in AC.
Yep.
And somebody, I don't know, broke in and stole a custom-built purple sparkle baritone Telecaster guitar. It has a hand-painted headstock made for band member Nancy Wilson, and then a vintage 1966 Gibson EM50 mandolin.
All the Phil timers out there.
Where is Phil Almquist? He's hunting down the guitar.
Who knew Hart was still touring?
Today in Hart history.
Wow. So it was stolen out of a South Jersey venue.
From Atlantic City,
Wow.
yeah.
Interesting.
Custom instruments. This is ahead of their tour launch. So this is I'm no doubt these are extremely valuable instruments, but also sentimental.
Yeah.
So Nancy Wilson had put this out on her social media. They want to offer a reward. And she says these instruments are more than just tools of our trade. They're extensions of our musical souls. You stole their soul.
Oh, for God's sake.
What do you think I'll defer to the musical experts here. What's a high-end guitar go for these days? If you go to like a...
You can probably get one for $800.
That's like the pricey end?
Well, no.
What would be like a real high-end?
Oh, my God. You can
like
spend,
a jaw dropper, like, whoa.
You can spend like $30,000 on a guitar.
So the
like,
price of a vehicle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Like a vintage, like a nice vintage thing. Yeah, you can spend many thousands of dollars. But you can get a decent guitar for a couple $100.
You play the guitar at all?
I don't. No, I play the drums.
Okay.
It's weird because they're not really saying what reward. They're saying these are priceless to them. I mean, even though you're saying you could get a guitar, these are, this is a baritone tele. It was custom made. And then the mandolin has these. If these were sold at auction, because if you look at them, they're like, the one is like beautifully hand painted.
Nice.
They're custom made. So these are, these are very valuable.
Yeah.
So we got
There
that
you
going.
go. Nice.
There you go. There's your news, sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Stuck in traffic on the way to the shore? Imagine coming home to a brand new kitchen from Kitchen Magic. I know you're dreaming of this. American made, family owned, tariff proof. This June, this month, you get 24 months, same as cash financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Do this. What are you waiting for? This is incredible. Only this June, so take advantage. kitchenmagic.com. That's our news, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Philly weather, it is now up to 70 degrees. We're going to hit 90 today.
90?
Yes. Weather sponsored by mtrule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's mtruhl.com. Dawn was right.
Uh-oh.
And Joy Reid is wrong. Stay there. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this, but first a word from our friends at Piazza Honda, where you can level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from our friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid has reached the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year because it comes with an impressive 50 city and 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and the excitement of hybrid performance. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or browse over 200 hybrid vehicles. You can do it online right now, piazzahonda.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year, and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
7, Kayal and Company live on a Thursday morning. The cut sheet in under 20 minutes. Yes, Dawn Sensland is an American girl. Raised upright. We're going to get to her much-deserved credit in one moment. And also, we'll dunk on Joy Reid.
Big balls.
Yes, and we'll handle that business in a moment as well. But before that, because this is a morning show, this might be rooted in news and politics, but we do culture, social, entertainment, media, little sports. We got to go to Marty in Audubon, who wants to talk music with Stalker. While we're at it, Phil should just come down here. I'll run to the bathroom, and I'll be back in 15 minutes.
No.
Marty, what's going on, pal?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're well.
Well, for Stalker, I just heard him mention he is a drummer. I'm watching your show for years, and I didn't know that.
Yes, I play the drums. I used to play in a punk band, and I thought I was going to make it big. And then I was like, well, that's not going to happen, so let me find the stable career of radio.
Well,
okay.
Plus,
I love
you still woodshed?
Do I still have a drum set in my basement, that I play every now and then.
So you're still woodshedding like I do.
Yes,
yeah.
100%.
What kind of kit do you have?
It's a Tama.
Tama cymbals?
Yep.
I'm a cymbal fanatic.
Yes. Yep.
Zildjian guy?
Yep. Zildjian guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I need
Yeah.
I need new heads on my drums. So if anybody can replace those for me, I'd appreciate it.
I could do it for you. I'm really good at it. I did tech work. I'm really good. I know how to do it right.
Nice. All right.
Set up and everything. Sound engineer. I'm 62. Now I know why you play Rush during break. Thank you.
No problem, man. No problem, Marty. Listen, leave your number with Jimmy, and if you want to, replace my drum heads, I appreciate
No
that.
problem.
All right, man.
All right, let's put him on hold.
I'll hold. I love doing that stuff.
Thanks,
All right.
Marty.
I'm going to put him on hold. Jimmy, get his number, and then Stalker, you can handle your personal business elsewhere.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So you need a new head, huh? Look at that.
Yeah.
That right there, folks, is how it's done. All right, let's get to Joy Reid, and then we'll get to Dawn. This is remarkable but predictable, right? Joy Reid fired from MSNBC back in February. News came out earlier this week, late last week, that she is returning, not to television, but she's taking her talents to a YouTube show that she will be doing 3 times a week that nobody will watch. It's a lot like Don Lemon. I've said for a long time, left-wing media, when they lose the big spotlight of CNN, MSNBC, short of a very select few left-wing podcasts, like the one that is done by the former Obama tech bros that does pretty well in Spotify charts and ratings, most of them, they don't command an audience. They're never going to get this big salary anywhere else. So now Joy Reid is blaming racism and Donald Trump for her MSNBC firing. According to Joy Reid, MSNBC fired her because of, racism. She was on Katie Couric's podcast, another podcast out there, the Katie Couric podcast. I think we played a clip of it maybe a week or so ago, right?
Yeah, we did.
Forget what it was in regards to.
It was the Jake Tapper book.
Okay, it was the Tapper stuff. And she says that the network, MSNBC, grew fearful of Donald Trump. And while other hosts were just as critical of him as she was, they were not black women like she is, which is interesting. So I'm going to just end Joy Reid right here. You got replaced by Simone Sanders.
And Michael Steele.
And
I believe a woman who's Hispanic. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm 99% sure it's a Hispanic woman.
And she is actually getting lower ratings than Joy Reid.
Yep.
And if I recall correctly, we played Simone Sanders yesterday on the cut sheet, and she is a black female. She goes on to say on the Katie Couric podcast, quote, "Only in one way was I different than Rachel Maddow and Nicole Wallace. I'm a black woman doing the thing." Rachel Maddow, as much as I dislike her show, is the highest rated show on MSNBC for what that's worth. So there's two things that you're not doing, okay? First of all, you're not getting the ratings that she got. That's first and foremost. Quote, I think that there's a difference for Trump in hearing the kind of criticism specifically out of a black woman. It bothers him in a way that it doesn't bother him like anything else. He's got this sort of tick about race, you know, and about sort of criticism coming specifically from a black woman because we've seen him lay out and dish out real abuse against black women journalists. I would actually argue Trump destroys all journalists left of center that step out of line, say something wrong, say something somewhat incorrect, or even if they are right, he goes after you, and it doesn't matter your race or your gender. Quote, in fact, the only reason Reid finds it jarring that Trump criticizes black women, and this is according to Outkick, in addition to anyone else who criticizes him, is because no one else does. For most public figures, fighting back with a black woman in media is off limits.
Oh, God.
Ding, ding. I think that's correct, because the moment you challenge Joy Reid, or God bless Scott Jennings. Scott Jennings goes on. He's got to deal with Kerry Champion interrupting him every moment. Abby Phillip cutting him off. And Scott Jennings carries himself incredibly well, incredibly from a professional standpoint. But if he ever gets bombastic and loses his mind like I do on talk radio, what do you think the people are going to say? Scott Jennings is racist. Did you see the anger he had towards Abby Phillips? No matter what Abby Phillip might say, by the way, it's Phillip, there's no S on the end, it will automatically be perceived by left-wing media as racist and sexist because he got loud with a minority female. That's the way people see it.
I have, Dawn, I've been working with you for a long time. I know exactly what you're going to say, but would you like to inform everybody of why Joy Reid was fired or not renewed?
Well, number one,
$3 million a year.
Yeah, Joy Reid was overpaid and reportedly didn't have a great work ethic, quite frankly. And so, look, these jobs are coveted jobs.
And they replaced her with three people that were already on the payroll. They were already on the payroll.
So all they had to do was scooch over three people known for being hardworking people who were already on staff.
Give
and by the way,
give them a little raise, little like bump. I know how this stuff works.
Yes.
They give them a little bump. They were already on payroll, so you're not adding.
But they're hungry. They
head
want
count.
the weekday thing. So they're probably the three of them. I wouldn't be surprised, to your point, Greg, if the three of them make as much as she made.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But they were already on payroll already, so that money was already accounted for.
Yes. Give them a little raise, and then probably in the grand scheme of it, if they're really smart from a business savvy standpoint, hey, if we can spend $3 million on Joy Reid or $2.5 million on three people collectively, give them a 10-15% raise, and save money on the bottom line, win-winner.
And then, by the way, they didn't. She was making $3 million a year, so her contract was up. I'm sure her agent wasn't saying, okay, she can stay flat. They were probably demanding, more money.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
MSNBC was like, nope. Nothing to do with racism. Nothing to do with
the other R word. It's called ratings.
People always just like it's racism, it's ageism, it's no offense, Don. It's it's because I'm a female. It's all it all has to do with the bottom line and head count.
And
I'm just telling you.
Take notice of when she officially got that 7 o'clock spot. The date was July of 2020.
Yep.
July 2020. Think about the dynamics of America in July of 2020. I'm sure it's just coincidence, though.
By the way, she was replaced, like you said, Michael Steele, African American man, then an African American woman. The second woman that you referred to, the third person, is the daughter of convicted fraudster Bob Menendez, former congressman.
That's right. That's right.
She's Alicia Menendez.
That's right. That's your hunt. Yes. So I was correct where she checked the box.
Boxes,
yeah. A lot of boxes checked.
All right, let's check the box of Dawn was correct here. Shall we? Reason.com is a site that Greg and I frequent from time to time. Occasionally they put out some interesting stories. And the headline is, everything got worse during COVID. So Dawn is right for blaming COVID. Stalker, you are wrong when you fire back. Not everything is because of COVID. Oh, stop it. No, Dawn's right. Here we go. Last week, Reason's Billy Binion reported on some undersung good news. American murder rates are falling fast. This year could end up being the least violent year on record. This is, of course, a welcome development by itself. It's an especially laudatory trend coming in as it does on the heels of a massive murder spike during the pandemic, when homicides rose by 30% in the average U.S. city. The COVID crime wave is well understood by now. They all cause rise in mortality during the pandemic. It's a little less appreciated. No matter how you slice it, America, and this is where Dawn gets credit, America during COVID was sicker, deadlier, more dangerous, and generally a more dysfunctional place. Between 2019 and 2021, drug overdoses went up some 55%. Traffic fatalities rose 20%. These fatalities, alongside the estimated 1.2 million COVID deaths, blah, 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 blah. Mercifully, murders, traffic deaths, and overdoses are now falling from the pandemic-era highs of 2023 and returning to pre-pandemic levels of 2019. And just to wrap this up, the top-line takeaway remains the same. Going to work, going to church, or one's chosen third place goes a long way toward keeping people alive and sane. When sociability falls, antisocial behaviors spike. Dawn Stensland, take a victory lap, lady.
Woohoo!
Take that lap right now. Walk it out real slow.
And the good news is the murder. I mean, Dan Bongino, the FBI deputy director. He was on last night with Hannity.
Yeah, we have it.
And so he references this, why the murder rate and Trump's view. That's a different view than we've seen even in law enforcement as to the attitude on how to shut down the violent crime and the murder rate. So it goes directly to what you're saying.
The only thing without looking at any of these other... Go ahead.
Sorry, Nick.
Go ahead.
Dawn, you need to learn to spike a football like Nick does.
Yes.
Nick, nobody's better at spiking a football than Nick Kayal.
And then get flagged 15 yards for unsportsmanlike conduct. The only thing I would push back on here is I agree with the social issues, the mental health, the drug addictions, things like that. I've said for a long time, people don't deal well with isolation. Where I would push back here on the murders and the crimes, especially the crimes, just this lawless society, I don't really know how much of that is COVID related. I think that's more defund the police related. That's I'm going to thumb my nose at you and give the proverbial bird to law enforcement, which, post George Floyd, when we saw the looting and rioting, and this has continued for the last couple of years. Maybe the numbers are coming down finally in 2025. But this notion that I could just walk into Lululemon and walk out with an entire rack of clothing, and I know the cops aren't going to do anything. I know I didn't steal I stole under $2,000, so nobody will prosecute me. I think that's more of a defund the police movement evolution than a COVID pandemic evolution. I think COVID and George Floyd just happened to be in the same calendar year. Would you agree with that? I don't think that crime is pandemic related. I think that's defund the police.
Well, I definitely think it's all interrelated.
Okay.
And then even so, you have less police. And then remember, here in Philadelphia, they shut down the courts. So you not only had less police, you had no prosecution, right? Because they shut down the courts for the pandemic. And then you banned kids from the classroom.
Yeah.
Think about that combo deal. And so it just exacerbated anything. I would say you're lucky if it's so on the one side, let's say you have a home structure where your kids were banned from the classroom, but you could homeschool, or you had the Wi-Fi, which Philadelphia kids, we learned, did not have the devices, did not have the Wi-Fi, did not have the support, right? So let's say you're in the suburbs and you were at home and you had the structure. Your kid now is going through that mental health crisis.
Yeah.
It might be mild or it might be severe. That's the mental health situation. In the city of Philadelphia, though, because a lot of kids just had no support, no Wi-Fi, no school, their lives were just thrown into chaos. And so they're out on the streets. Now they're vulnerable to being recruited by that gang member. Now they can't see grandma and grandpa who were part of their structure. I mean, you can just look at this thing. What a disaster.
Yeah.
And yet day after day, what do you see in the media? Governor Shapiro was just out, was it yesterday? He was here in Philadelphia, and he's talking about the Trump administration and the chaos. No. The pandemic, that was the chaos. And now we are restoring the order.
Yeah. Worry about energy prices in this state, Josh.
Please.
855-839-1210. What's on Greg Stocker's Thursday cut sheet? We all find out next here on Kayal and Company.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah, 7:45, Kayal and Company. Fight Club coming up at 9:10 this morning. But that means first, we have to get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? By the way, starting with cut 28, Phil. Thursday sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Fin Ice. Oh, yeah, with a fun mix of tropical fruit flavors in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Fin Ice at Rita's today. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. By the way, live edition tomorrow at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, 1260 Wilmington Pike, Westchester, Pennsylvania. I need a crowd out there because we're going to do a live What's on the Cut Sheet.
Yes,
so
plus Farish via Zoom.
Yes, that means I need people out there to scream what? So like we do when we're out at live.
Like my daughters do on their way to school.
Exactly. So I need that tomorrow. So show up tomorrow. We start at 6 a.m., by the way.
That's right.
All right, let's start with Dan Bongino. Dawn brought this up. He was on with Hannity last night, and I'm gonna harp on this because this is what I do. Was asked about the Epstein files. Apparently, the Epstein files are going to be released, and we're going to see evidence that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself.
Okay,
that's what they say.
All right,
roll this.
For those, and it's kind of a lightning round because I don't have enough time unless I gave you the whole hour, and it would be worth doing it.
That's because you talk too much.
For people like me, I'm one of them that wants answers to the Epstein file issue and what happened.
Yeah.
And I never knew there were 10,000 hours of tapes. And was it suicide? You said there's a tape, or JFK, RFK, MLK files. All of that is still coming, correct?
Yeah, JFK, we're done. The FBI's equities in that, we've already released that. RFK, I got to check back on that one. There is more coming on the Epstein files. Listen, I know this is a hot potato for folks. I totally understand. My comments were clear. I'm not paid for my opinions anymore. I work for the taxpayer now. I'm paid on evidence. That's it. The evidence we have in our files clearly indicates that it was, in fact, a suicide. We do have video. It's not the greatest video in the world. I don't want to set expectations on fire. Okay. However, the video does show in that specific block that he goes in, made a phone call. You'll see 12 hours of guards going to basically check on him, come back. You'll see no one really comes out in that bay, in that area, than him. There's no one in there. When you combine that with the other evidence we will be releasing in the coming weeks, we're still finalizing some of the products. I think it's pretty clear. However, as I've clearly indicated in some of my tweets on my official account, listen, investigations, if new information surfaces in the future on any of these cases, we're always open. I'm just telling you there's nothing there in the file at all that indicates anything other than, in fact, a suicide.
Let me ask you about, and again, a lightning round.
Notice how in the beginning he says, I'm no longer paid for my opinion. Yep. I'm paid by the American taxpayer dollar. It's almost like, hey, this is what we have. I might not even believe it, but this is what we have. This is what the FBI has. I think that's a fair way to interpret what he's saying there. And look, moving up beyond, the Epstein stuff, I will say this because, again, I don't believe Bongino or Patel on the Epstein stuff, but I will say this. Based on these bans that Trump just imposed, based on the fact, by the way, the FBI has tracked down and arrested that fertility clinic bomber from California. I will say this. I feel incredibly safe, or safer than I have been in a long time in this country, knowing that Bongino and Patel are rounding up a lot of bad people. And they're making it known. They are spiking the football and saying, we got them. And these two, I do believe, short of the politics of the Epstein stuff, they do have a passion for justice, and I think it's palpable. You can sense it.
All I want to know is why nobody asks the follow-up question.
And what do you think the follow-up should be? I know you said this before.
Of course, he killed himself. Okay. Did he have help? Did guards turn the other way?
Well, I guess
was he told, this is going to be your fate, and you can either if you want to do this the easy way, we'll turn the cameras off. Those are the questions I want to know.
Based on what Bongino is saying there on the quote not so great video, nobody goes in or out to tell him, hey, you can do it this way or you can do it now, unless it happened in a different venue, in a different setting. I don't know, maybe in the showers.
Jimbo
at lunch.
Jimbo on the YouTube chat wants to know, why is it so hard to believe suicide? If I went from the lap of luxury to a 6x8 jail cell, I'd take the easy way out too. Of course, again, we're not saying that. It's just all of these coincidences that he was off suicide watch, that the main cameras just happened to go down. You know what I mean? Like there's just too many coincidences.
The autopsy results.
Yes.
The imprint around his neck.
Road Warrior brought that up too. Like there was no. The whole thing doesn't add up.
Right.
The end.
Yep. I agree. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, they said his toxicology. I'm curious about the toxicology as well.
Yeah.
Because if there might have, there were no illegal substances.
Mm-hmm.
What were his prescription? What were the level of his prescriptions? I just would love to know it all. The toxicology, more about the broken bones in his neck. That's what Road Warrior had sent us, analysis on that one, which was like, I'm so fascinated by all of that. And so
And for those who don't know, Road Warrior is a former homicide
Yes.
detective,
Thank
so
you.
he's qualified, I would say.
Has
to
testified
Yes, he's
as an expert
witness. Correct.
The FBI deputy director also talked about speaking to new FBI Quantico grads, telling them you're going to protect the homeland and you're going to bring us the bad guys.
This is so inspirational.
25.
This is great.
There has been, let me get to this first. I had a graduation ceremony this morning down in Quantico with a class of new agents, and I looked every one of them in the eye, shook their hands. I said, listen, you're going to do this for us. You're going to protect the homeland, and you're going to go bring me bad guys. You understand? I said, there's no one coming to save us. The Marvel Avengers ain't coming. It is us. We are in charge. We have the counterterrorism portfolio. This president and this attorney general, they have a different view than we've had in the past of the FBI. This is very important. Your audience understands this. The FBI in the past focused on large enterprise cases. You know, the Al Capone, John Gotti, KSM, Al-Qaeda types. And we are still and always going to do that. But there's a parallel track. This president also sees this border problem as a solvable problem. Now, think about this, Sean. That never happens in police science and criminology. No one solves murder. You solve a murder. No one saw murder happen, sadly. The president has a different view of this border problem. He said, we are going to fix this for good. We're sealing it shut. Everybody here is out. We are going to get rid of you if you are here illegally. And if you're here illegally to commit a crime, you're going first. We're giving you about 5 minutes to cooperate. If you don't have any information, we're going to use every tool we have, Title VIII and every other one, to get you the hell out of the country. You're not going to be here to commit crime. It is a really revolutionary view. It's almost like national level broken windows policing. That collapse in the murder rate.
Clear.
Thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ that it happened. That collapse in the murder rate. We are on pace, Sean, for the lowest murder rate ever. Is not an accident. Here's what's happening. When this small pocket of people, maybe less than 5% of the population, is committing the overwhelming majority of crimes, and you get rid of a good portion of them, they're not here to commit crimes. And that's why you're seeing this collapse in the murder rate. And I think you're going to see a subsequent collapse in the crime rate as well when Cash and I are done this year.
God, I hate Sean Hannity. I went 90 seconds without speaking. Shut up.
Yes.
Shut up. Nobody wants to hear from you.
The point of you having a guest. If you want to talk, don't have a guest and give us another boring monologue for 9.5 minutes. God Almighty. But you're right, Dawn. That is
Go back to
inspirational.
taping your radio show. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm going to round back to that in a second. No, Dawn, you're right. Like, this is, again, like Bongino just has a passion for this. Like, these are the kind of guys that, and no disrespect to Bongino with what he said about revolutionary. It shouldn't be viewed as revolutionary. It shouldn't even be viewed as controversial by those who oppose Trump. This is what it should be. Common sense. No, you're not going to break the law. People want to be able to go down the street, live their life, feeling like they are in the safest society humanly possible. It's not controversial. It's not revolutionary. It's what all of us with a functional brain would like to live in. That's it.
Amen.
Yep.
And so it also circumvents the issue of whatever policies that are based on politics that local district attorneys have. The fact that ICE is going in and extracting that, especially focusing on the 5% that and studies have been done by this, by the way, Democrats and Republicans. Over the years, I've interviewed so many experts who are Democrats or Republicans or independents. It's not political, and it's really not that difficult to figure out. If you have this 5% and then you charge them instead of first-degree murder, like we just talked about Kevin Steele just did in Montgomery County, but you choose third degree or a different degree so that they can get out on gain time because it's not a federal charge. Let's say it's 4 years or whatever. You're not extracting that person for good, and you're sending a message that they're going to go light on you, even if you commit murder.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know if we have a ton of Hannity fans in this audience, but I will just, because I said I was going to round back to that. I don't have anything personally against Sean Hannity.
Seeing his ratings in Philadelphia, there weren't a ton of Hannity fans.
But professionally, I'm just not a fan of his style, and I hate the speaking over top of a guest. The point of the guest is to get the guest's perspective, so just land the plane. But I'll just say this: I'm only here in theory, me personally, because Stalker took Hannity off the air and expanded the local lineup. So I take a little bit of joy in knowing that a lazy guy had his radio show removed from this market, because there's no way, if I'm being paid 7 figures plus by a competing national syndication company, there's no way I'm mailing in my radio show and recording the thing in advance. That goes to you as well, Steve Harvey. All you frauds out there taping your show.
I would say this, in part, he has 2 jobs, and he doesn't phone it in. He just has to, I think he focuses on the bigger, higher paying job. I'll give him Last Night with Bongino, because I will say
it was a good interview.
They had, off the top, this is what I do at 3:00 in the morning, rewatching all this. So there were technical problems.
God bless you.
So then they had to. So I'll give him that. I think the frustration was also that it went way longer because they had to regroup, take a commercial break, and then they fixed.
Oh, did he have a big media meltdown over production value and technical issues? Was he stop the hammering?
He was apologizing. I mean, Hannity was apologizing. That's frustrating for anybody.
Oh, sure.
But look, Hannity gets the huge guests.
Oh, he does.
He doesn't phone it in. I mean, he gets, he's
but you do a 1 hour TV show. He does a 1 hour TV show.
Okay.
1 hour. Yeah, but 1 hour of television takes, even with the huge staff they have, it takes a ton. I mean, when you go and shoot some of your different, when you're out and you're shooting with, on location for some of your, to support veterans, think about how long a shoot takes. And it's only for 2 minutes of air. So when it's on video, it does take longer.
I have no problem if you have to tape an interview on your radio show because the time constraints, or, hey, the guy we really want to get on is only available at 10 in the morning and my show airs from 3 to 6 p.m. Let's tape it. We'll play it at 4:15 on the afternoon show of Sean Hannity's radio show. I have no problem with that. But taping the voice track, that's live radio is great. I mean, that's what music people do when they voice track stuff. It's just stop. Come on, dude. And it's not like he's killing himself over a 1 hour television show. He's got a production staff probably of what? You think 20 people?
Oh, easily.
By
the way, speaking of ICE, Representative Hakeem Jeffries, this is 27, said every single ICE agent who's engaged in this aggressive overreach and are trying to hide their identities from the American people will be unsuccessful in doing that. Roll this.
Thanks. Peter Jeffries, you had said after Congresswoman McIver was, I think you said, physically accosted by ICE officials that you wanted them identified.
Who's this?
The officials that accosted them. Have they been identified, and what do you expect from, or do you want the agents that were harassing Jerry Nadler's staffers in his district office also identified? What's the latest, or how are Democrats going to respond to the Jerry?
Every single ICE agent who's engaged in this aggressive overreach and are trying to hide their identities from the American people will be unsuccessful in doing that. This is America.
Oh.
This is not the Soviet Union. We're not behind the Iron Curtain. This is not the 1930s. And every single one of them, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, will of course be identified. That, in fact, is the law. And we're going to make sure that the American people have the transparency necessary to hold people accountable when they're folks who cross the line.
Can we pause it right here? Just stop it right here. For as low energy as he is, he really makes my blood boil. You want to talk about concealing identities? Let's talk about the reason why they have to conceal their identity. It's because you have people that are against ICE that are doxing and swatting these individuals and putting their families' lives at risk, their wives, their children, all because you don't like the fact that ICE is coming for people that have broke the law. I would just like one Democrat. It doesn't even have to be Hakeem Jeffries. It doesn't have to be Cory Booker, AOC, or any attention whore in the Democrat Party. It could be the most obtuse Democrat in the House or the Senate that I've never even heard of. Just get in front of a podium and say, hey, while we dislike what's going on with ICE, please, America, do not dox these individuals. They are just doing their job. We might not like the job they're doing. We might think they're going above and beyond, but they shouldn't have to cover their face to protect their identity because of Americans that want to dox these individuals.
And your friend, Marsha Blackburn, she's now proposing that it's a federal law that if you dox or assault anyone of law enforcement, that to put some teeth into the law.
Yeah, good
as
for
a result
Marsha.
of this.
Good for her.
Keep going a little bit with Dollar Store Obama.
That's what's going to happen. And as I mentioned earlier, and I spoke to Congressman Nadler about this, our first priorities are always going to be making sure the person who was on the front line is in the best possible place to move forward.
He's making this up as he goes. These long
That's the case
clauses.
with LaMonica MacGyver, and it is also the case with Congressman Nadler's brave, young, patriotic staffer. And we've got to address those issues first. That's the human thing to do. While simultaneously, of course, preparing to deal with the broader policy implications, which, as I mentioned, are underway. Thanks.
God, he is atrocious. If he ever gets a media deal, I'm retiring. I will just quit and go home. Here's the issue with all of this. The problem is the Democrats' priorities are all screwed up. Their priorities are protecting illegal immigrants. Yeah. Their priorities are protecting the imported voters that they brought in over the last 4 years. And when you think about their logic, if you did what you did for 4 years to get these people here and redistribute them throughout the 7 swing states, and then you lose an election, you're thinking long game here. Your goal is to have these people eventually vote Democrat if and when they ever become eligible to vote. So you can at least understand, if you were on their side of the Looney Tune aisle, that they're going to go down kicking and screaming. You don't do all that work to bring in all these new voters and then just say, okay, you know what, Trump, take them away. Like that's what they're doing here. As much as infuriating as it is, that's their thought process here.
Plus, what ICE is going through. We play these every day, and I'm highlighting this for a reason, and it just happened this week in Minneapolis. Mm-hmm. Federal law enforcement officers raided a Minneapolis taco restaurant Tuesday morning, sparking protests from immigrant rights activists and neighbors. Officers wearing the uniforms of ICE and U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration and the Minneapolis Police Department were accosted by these protesters. Let's start here with 5. Phil, roll it.
Well, these dopes with COVID masks on. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Push her back.
Is that how you treat women? Yeah. Don't get in his face, sweetheart.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Get in the face of an ICE agent. I would have dropped that sucker.
Lower your mask.
That dude in a man bun.
All right, let's kill the audio. Phil, go through a couple of seconds here. Freeze it when you see all the citizens that are protesting wearing COVID masks. I want to point out this hypocrisy. Go a little bit further. Look at all these people. There's a white mask, a black mask.
Yep.
So you're there saying, take off your mask. I'm wearing my mask to protect my identity because you're psychotic and might dox my children and wife while you're yelling through a KN95 mask in the year 2025. She should be arrested for being stupid and a hypocrite, much less accosting an ICE agent. And look at all these people, just sloppy, disgusting. Where's this, Minnesota?
Yeah,
the Tim Walz state, of course.
Raining.
The newly proposed law was just proposed yesterday by Senator Blackburn. It's called Protecting Law Enforcement from Doxing Act. Punishes those who even name an officer with the intent to obstruct a criminal investigation or immigration enforcement operation, and this adds up to 5 years behind bars. And so I don't know if it also would protect the family members, because remember you had that clip earlier this week where they were saying not only were they doxing the actual officers,
Yep.
but they were also targeting their children
Yes.
and their spouses.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They need to cover their faces. And for Hakeem Jeffries to say it's like the Nazis and just like F you, dude. Like, no, they're trying to protect their identities because there's psychopaths out there that are telling where these people live.
Yes.
That's why.
God, I would love to be an ICE agent right now. I would never make it. I'm fat and out of shape. But if I was in shape, boy, I would love to be doing this right now. I would actually probably take more joy in giving it back to those protesters than the actual arrest of the illegal immigrants in the country.
You know, I want to point something out. We'll get back to the serious point in 1 second, but I want to point something out. For all the people that criticize us for fat shaming or for making fun of people, Nick is the first person to shame himself.
Oh, yes.
Like it's not like you're sitting here saying like I'm an Adonis. Like you criticize yourself more than anybody else.
Oh yeah, I've gained 16 pounds since this show started. I came here at 193. I'm 209.
Okay. All right, one more. I just wanted to point that out because I know there's a lot of snowflakes out there that that get all up in their feelings when we speak truth to power.
I am an equal opportunity ball buster.
This is 5B. Another angle from the ICE agents in Minneapolis. Roll this.
This is how the sheriff works.
Whoa! Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
This is how this guy
I mean, they're throwing things.
You see that ICE agent throw that dude down? That's what I'm talking about.
That's going to be, I'm telling you guys, that's going to be a problem.
Back, Mike. Back.
Yep, back up.
Look, you had this guy taunting and messing with the police. He's gotten thrown a few times by the police. And he's keeping on going back to him, too.
Keep effing around,
This
buddy.
guy right here just got pushed by the police after he's pushing at them.
Can we rewind it to the very beginning of it where that sheriff does that and just play the video, not the audio, Phil? You can see him.
Here it comes.
He comes over.
Boom. Get out of the way. You're not going to stand in front of that vehicle and block it.
That is, I'm telling you guys. Well, I don't care because it's an F around and find out thing. That's gonna be an issue. That's gonna be a huge issue.
Could be, but you know what? He's not stopping my vehicle. He's not stopping Dawn's vehicle. He's stopping a law enforcement vehicle, and you cannot impede law enforcement activity. I don't know technically if that would be obstruction of justice. I don't know what the terminology of the crime would be. I should know that. I've got a degree in criminal justice, but much like Run versus Ran, it's all gone. It's somewhere in my head. I just can't find it. But good for that. Good for that sheriff and that ICE agent. Good. I support.
All right,
him.
let me just again. I don't care about any of this. So like I'm not coming from the side where I think that was over the line. But would we be saying the same thing if a protester did that to an ICE agent?
No, you can't attack a law enforcement agent.
Okay, I'm just saying.
We also, you have a snippet where you see him go after him, but we don't. I don't know
what led up to it.
I don't know what led up to that.
That's very
Obviously, something alerted that officer that this guy was. I don't know what was he yelling or a threat or what precipitated that because he clearly thought that person was a threat.
Yeah.
That there's no question in my mind. I'll just, when was it when those officers were blinded? Somebody, didn't they throw chemicals in their eyes?
Oh, it was like
in Washington State.
Yeah, it was some
Remember
sort of
that
gas.
Oregon?
It was a gas, right?
And so, I would say to them, not only wear a mask, they should have some kind of, I would wear eye coverage.
Yeah, I would wear goggles.
Some kind of eye protection.
Sure.
You guys have been on record saying that. Well, Dawn has said this from the very beginning, but Nick, I believe you're on record saying that Marco Rubio has impressed you the most so far in this administration.
He's risen up the power rankings.
When a protester or somebody who got in Marco Rubio's face about addressing the threats to Hamas, asking them about the Palestinian children and all that stuff, this is what Marco Rubio said. This is cut 20, Phil. Cut 20. There we go.
Senator Rubio, will you call for ceasefire?
No, I will not.
in Gaza?
On the
Senator
contrary.
Rubio,
Are you filming it?
Wait,
So I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
And what about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this. So Hamas should stop building their military installations underneath hospitals.
So you don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
I think it's terrible. I think Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I think.
Babies.
Make sure you post that, please.
Yeah, post that. Post that on Facebook, Toots. Yeah. Oh, the babies with my little pink dress on as you don't care. I'm so sick of these heartstring tuggers, these losers that show up. By the way, the fact that these people even can get that close to Marco Rubio, we might need to re-examine that whole concept of allowing people like that.
It's not a bad point.
I'm so tired of these people that want to occupy. You think anybody can walk into Odyssey and occupy my studio floor right now and sit cross-legged in front of the bike?
Yeah.
And if somebody does get through the bike that just got dropped off, if you want to sit on my floor, the bike's going to get thrown on your head.
You are 100% right. We are it's Fort Knox here. You think you're getting into this building, you're wrong.
It's unbelievable.
But you can get that close. That's a really good point.
And I love Rubio. Are you filming? Good, because I'm going to give you. You want a quote? Here's the quote. And that's the cowardice of these Hamas losers is they commit these attacks and then they use innocent civilians as shields and then cry that there's a genocide going on with innocent civilians that are being killed. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
You can't be the agitator, the instigator, kill people, and then when somebody retaliates against you, you grab an innocent civilian and then claim the person that's retaliating is committing a genocide. Screw Hamas. Good job. Well, Marco, you know what? Marco might have just passed J.D. Vance.
You got to redo.
I'm going to redo the list tonight.
The ranking.
I'm going to think about it. It's getting close because that was more energy than I've ever seen from Marco, and actually, that might actually be more energy than I've seen from J.D. Vance. And I like J.D. Vance a lot. I think he's going to be the 2028 nominee. But Rubio, a little Cuban fire there.
91 Alice Exer says hashtag Occupy Kayal and Company. Are you guys surprised by this, the questioning from Senator Kennedy yesterday with Howard Lutnick?
Surprised, yes, but do I like it? Yes, I like when we hold our own accountable.
Well, first, let's start with Kennedy tried to trap him here, I think, a little bit with he asked him to tell him his understanding of the Trade Expansion Act.
And now this is John Kennedy from Louisiana, right?
Yes.
Not Bobby. Okay.
Yeah, and he says the Trade Expansion Act gives the president almost unlimited authority to impose tariffs. Lutnick is...
Was Lutnick doing the carnival barking act?
He's,
Yeah, I'm a Bissent guy personally, but everybody's got their own style.
Lutnick's good on TV. I don't know how adept he is with the policy stuff.
Okay.
Roll this. 14.
Tell me your understanding of the Trade Expansion Act.
I don't have a really good understanding of the term. I may know the act, but I may not know its title.
You're not familiar with the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 that gives the president almost unlimited authority to impose tariffs so long as you conduct an investigation? You don't know about that?
Oh, my 232s, of course I do.
Okay.
Sorry, I just didn't know the title of the plan, but of course I know.
Why didn't you advise the White House instead of proceeding under other statutes? Why didn't you advise the White House to proceed under the Trade Expansion Act?
The president chose IEPA because he could do it swiftly and he could do it sweeping in order to address the underlying problems that had created the $1.2 trillion trade deficit that was haunting the United States of America.
Have you read the opinion in VOS selections, VUS?
I have.
What role does the major questions doctrine play in that decision?
I am not a lawyer, so I can't speak to it with that kind of precision. That's a litigation that's under current investigation.
Are you familiar with the major questions doctrine?
Not offhand, but I did, of course, read the decision.
Well, about 3/4 of the opinion is on the major questions doctrine.
Ruh-roh.
Again, I tend to not know the title. I know the topic and the details of it, but I tend not to focus on titles. Sorry.
I'm way over. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy, thank you.
You're way over with me, sir, because I like John Kennedy. Although I'm trying to figure out what the objective was from Kennedy, and this is not a defense of Lutnick. I'm trying to understand, what is he trying to achieve with that line of question?
All right, 15 will better explain on the whole tariff situation. He uses the example of Vietnam. Roll 15.
If Vietnam, for example, came to you tomorrow and said, okay, Mr. Secretary, you win. We're going to remove all tariffs and all trade barriers. Would the United States please do the same? Would you accept that deal?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. That would be the silliest thing we could do.
Why is that?
Vietnam has a $125 billion exports to us and imports from us $12.5 million. And you're thinking, Vietnam exports $125 billion?
I'm aware of the figures.
10 to 1.
Where do they get it from? They buy $90 billion from China, then they mark it up and send it to us.
So you
They're just a pathway of China to us.
You wouldn't accept that deal?
No, it's a terrible deal. We're the one with money. We're the one with the store. Of course they want us to take
What's
down.
the purpose of reciprocity then? Is reciprocity not one of your goals? Are you telling the president that we shouldn't seek reciprocity? If that's what you're telling him, why are you trying to do these trade deals?
You can tell he's not a fan of tariffs.
What do we want? We want we want to encourage Vietnam to produce products they're great at producing.
But I want to get back to reciprocity. You just said you don't believe in it. You don't accept reciprocity as a goal. What are you negotiating in these trade deals?
Why would we open our bank account and their bank account when
Why
ours
are
is
you
10 times
negotiating
bigger?
trade deals? You're trying to get other countries to lower their tariffs and trade barriers in return for us lowering ours.
That's true for the things that they'll take from us.
That's called reciprocity.
Of course.
So are you or are you not seeking reciprocity in these trade deals?
We are absolutely seeking reciprocity with respect to things that can be reciprocal.
But you just said,
but when they're importing from China and sending it to us, they're
you just said
not.
that if a country came to you and offered you the ultimate reciprocity, no tariffs, no trade barriers, in return for us doing the same, you would reject that.
Of course, because they buy from China and send it to us. Don't you agree with me?
Suppose they said we won't buy from China.
Now we're talking. If it was Vietnam,
would you accept that deal?
We would consider it. For what things? For
what
products?
Would you want to change?
Well, there are certain products we want to reshore. We don't want other people making them. We want to make pharmaceuticals here. Right. We need to protect ourselves.
All right, so a couple of thoughts. Yes, you're right, Greg. Kennedy is not a fan of tariffs. I don't know anybody that really is a major fan of tariffs, but if it's a negotiating tactic, if it's a ploy to get a better deal, and then you bring up reciprocity, like if you want to do 10% versus 10% or 0% and 0%, I actually think Lutnick, and this is where I will give credit from I want the absolute best deal possible, that killer instinct, which I do think he kind of has. He might not be well-versed on certain things. I think in theory, there's two things that they're really trying to achieve here. They're trying to finally get a better deal with China because China's the ultimate player here. And secondly, if you can get some sort of trade deal, even if it's a pipe dream, where you're going to tariff Vietnam, I mean, would anybody reject tariffing Vietnam at, let's say, 15%? And they lowered theirs against us to 5%, whereas now it's a 10 percentage point swing in America's favor. That I think that's the ultimate goal. Whether that's realistic or not is a completely different conversation.
Well, I think, what I, by the way, this is, there are all these lawsuits, so a lot of this, I guess, will go to the Supreme Court, but they'll decide a lot of this. But to me, what I glean from this is that the goal is China.
Yes,
that's all these
correct.
Trade deals. It really, Trump is saying all the trade with all the world, blah, 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 blah. We already got the EU. He's kind of cooled off, like Canada, Mexico, EU. What's this really about? This is about China. That's what it's, to me, like they're talking about Vietnam. It's not about Vietnam. It's about China. And that's all the pressure, if you point to this, is U.S.-China trade. That's it.
Yeah. And also, let's because this all falls under the umbrella of the economy and economics. Let's think about it this way. I noticed this yesterday. Finally, the two gas stations that I go to are down significantly. The local mom and pop gas station was down to $2.99, and both Wawas that I frequent were down to $3.07. They were down about 13 cents. But you look at, now again, we're going to get screwed here in PA with MedEd and PECO with the rising energy costs. But if the economy continues to go down this road of improvement, inflation dropping, jobs reports coming out being good in the private sector, in the public sector, non-governmental jobs, and Trump backs off of these tariffs, yeah, the Democrats and bozos like Swalwell are going to have their little moment on social media. But is anybody going to care one way or the other about the way tariffs played out if our economy overall is in a good spot 6 months from now, 3 months from now, a year from now? No, it's not. The tariffs were one tool about making this economy hum again. So if the economy is good without tariffs and Trump backs off and blah, 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 nobody's going to care. It'll be a Democrat talking point, but nobody will care. If we're paying $2.50 for gas, nobody will care. If the Fed drops the interest rates from 6.7% down to 6.2%, 5.8%, nobody's going to care. Nobody will care. No harm, no foul, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Trump is. We've already heard about Chinese factories slowing down, so this is the hardcore press to get a deal done. I think China and the U.S. will get this deal done. But all this talk of all these trade deals around the world, what that clip convinced me of more than ever is that, first of all, Lutnick is that guy who reads every contract and there was part of this hearing where they're questioning, well, why do you have to look at every contract? Why are you saying you have to look at, all the contracts, even if it's, anything over $100,000 or blah, blah, blah. And basically what they're calling him is like this nitpicker, that he works these incredibly long hours, that he's, but he's that guy. That's how he became wealthy. That's how he, literally rose from the rubble of 9/11, if you know, like his whole story and stuff. So he's somebody, I think, that he irks them because he does have Trump's ear, but he is part of, like, saying we're going to get the best deal from China. That's what this is.
See, I didn't even make it so much about Lutnick there, and I don't know the answer to this, but it's probably worth looking up. Because, again, John Kennedy is a senator, and he represents Louisiana. I'm wondering what industries and companies are located and have set up shop in Louisiana that are going to be impacted negatively by tariffs. So from that standpoint, and again, I like John Kennedy, and I'm giving him credit because he's representing the people that put him in office. What is the economic impact of those that live in Louisiana? I don't know if it's a car dealer, what car manufacturers, what certain minerals, whatever it might be. Who's being impacted negatively by a tariff on a nation where Louisiana businesses are impacted? And to that, I mean, you could say, well, he's counteracting what Trump wants to achieve. Yes, but he's also representing the people in his state, which is his job. So.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. If you're watching right now, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I only see 103 likes and a ton of people watching. So just hit the like button if you're watching right now. I need to get that up to over 200. That makes me happy. You want to make me happy.
Him happy.
Make me happy. Thank
Make
you.
Stalker happy.
I don't
again.
normally do this, but I had to do this. I don't normally play a debate about the budget from the Connecticut House of Representatives. But for this, I kind of had to, because the debate about the budget in the horrible state of Connecticut devolved into a culture war discussion about book banning on Monday night when a Republican lawmaker by the name of Ann Dolphinus read sexually explicit material from books for young adults on the floor of the House of Representatives. The book can be found in Connecticut school libraries. The excerpts reference oral sex and used vulgar terms for body parts and other sexual acts. Now, we beep this because we live by FCC guidelines. But if you have a kid in the car, you might not want to let them listen. And I can't believe I'm saying this because, again, these are books found at libraries. This is cut. Yeah, you have it there. Roll it.
That particular school and that book, Me and Earl and the Dying Girl, are you gonna eat her?
Oh!
Yeah, Earl, I'm going to eat her.
Madam,
Hey.
I would ask that if we not try to use that type of language in the chamber, let's try to keep some decorum. I know you were talking specific books, but if we could reframe those type of words differently, because there's also people and children watching this debate. I just don't want that
Oh my God.
language out there. So I will ask kindly if we could just use either a different word or something different, just out of respect for others that might get offended. Thank you.
Cat chow.
Yeah. Can you imagine that, though?
Yeah, hang on.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dauphiné.
I stand here to share with the chamber the books that are available in our public school libraries to the very children. You're telling me that this language isn't appropriate in this chamber. This is in elementary school libraries approved by the very individuals that are supposed to be the experts.
What? Yes, checkmate. That's the whole point. You're telling me it's inappropriate amongst adults in the chamber, but it's okay for fifth graders. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my
Republican win.
Where were these books when I was in elementary school?
I know. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Because here's the whole thing with the I cannot. My brother John, just like I could totally picture him and his friend Jeff, and they would be reading that book to every kid, right, everywhere.
Yep.
And so you could argue even.
Girl, are you gonna eat her?
Yeah. You want to pound it? You can.
Oh boy.
And
Can you
then
imagine?
do like a dry rub. And then, by the way, would it bully or marginalize kids who are, you know what I mean? Like the irony is it basically could be used as a weapon against any kid who maybe tends to be a certain way.
Yep.
And but yeah, my brother Greg Stocker. Oh, what a nightmare!
we
We want to hit that
Earl,
hard.
I'm going to eat her.
Oh my God.
Are you calling me a cheap trick?
Oh my God.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. Yeah.
In a school, and then you go, well, teacher,
Look,
this is
I'm-
a book in the library.
Look,
What?
Look,
What?
That book has no business in a school. Period.
I'm
K
not
through 12.
I'm not a prude. I'm not an anything. But oh my Lord.
Fifth graders.
Fifth
Oh
graders.
my Lord.
My daughters.
Yeah.
I will be out Tuesday. They graduate from fifth grade. Hey, Wissahickon School District. You listening?
You better check the library.
You better hope I don't find out about any of those books. Because if they exist, I'm taking them and I'm not returning them.
Bix on the YouTube chat says, what day of the week is that on the lunch menu?
It's the day after Taco Tuesday. It's a Wednesday.
That's a sin.
We've replaced the chicken patty and fries with whatever they were just talking about.
And we joke and it's fun and it's funny, but I literally had to hey, it's 8:30 in the morning, people are going to be driving their kids to school and even beeping it out because we have to,
Yes.
obey FCC, our gods at the FCC. We have to obey their rules. You know what she's talking about.
We can't talk about it on the radio. We can't say it in the Senate chamber. But the fifth graders can see it right next to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your argument? Okay.
Yeah, it's parents, at least the good ones, try and censor themselves, with words they say around their kids. I could never even imagine.
No.
I could never even imagine.
My girls aren't even allowed to date until they're 30.
Oh my God. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Don, can you talk to us about Piazza?
Absolutely, because you got to level up the fun this summertime in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or maybe a hatchback. From my friends at Piazza Honda, the Civic Hybrid has received a big honor. They are named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city or 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan, it's awesome, comes with the efficiency and the excitement of hybrid performance. Visit them. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. You can always browse more than 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content, across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Mustard. Yeah, baby. Kayal and Company, 8:35 as we continue with Stalker's Thursday Cut Sheet.
By the way, thank you to the YouTube chatter, and I forget which one, to let me know that that clip actually goes on longer, and she replaces the bad words with appropriate words for the chamber. I will have that for you coming up in just a couple minutes. So she does what we do here on the radio, where she tries to get around saying those horrible things with other words. But don't forget, coming up at 9:10 this morning, Fight Club. Fight Club again. This one was submitted by Twitter user Chris Guck. At AmericaGuck1776, thank you for this. We will get to Fight Club coming up, so make sure you're over there on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I want to play something really quick, though, first. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can go to, like, farms, and you can buy, like, a cow.
Really?
You can go in with a bunch of people and, like, buy a cow
as a pet.
They chop it up for you.
Oh,
and you have just tons and tons and tons of meat.
Okay,
a lot.
So
of
you
meat.
like all the different selections that come from a cow? You say, give me the whole thing.
I think this is probably the healthiest way to get it if you have a large freezer.
Yeah.
Because I just want to show you this. This guy demonstrates how much beef just half of a cow gets you. So
I wonder what the cost is.
It's actually not as expensive as you think.
Really?
My neighbor goes in with like 4 or 5 different guys.
Okay.
And they split up a cow.
Okay.
And they have he has one of those big giant white industrial freezers.
Yep.
And he just wraps them all up, puts them in there, and he has steaks and meats and all. For
my in-laws have these freezers for their concession business.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Roll this guy.
What am I going to be getting in a half a beef? Well, this one that you see here on the table, I just got breaking down. Let's go through this entire spread.
Look at the size. Look at all that meat.
So first up here on the table, we got our beef back ribs. Those are going to be coming off the ribeye, an excellent piece. We've got our beef dino ribs right there. We've got our chuck eye steaks. We've got our Denver steaks here with some beautiful marbling. We've got our chuck roasts.
That's just half
We've got
a
the
cow.
inside and the outside skirt steak, a beautiful whole packer brisket. We've got some ranchera meat here. We got some fajita meat out of the top round. We've got the eye round, 4 rump roast out of the bottom. We've got some beautiful filet mignon right there. We've got the flank steak. We've got our sirloin steaks. We've got our New York strips.
Yes.
We've got all of our beautiful ribeyes right there on the table. We've got some flat irons. We've got the tri-tip. We got the picanha in the back. We've got some sirloin petite steaks that we can leave into sirloin tip roasts. We've got our arm roast there. And then beautiful little stack of short ribs right there on the table. Over here, we've got our beautiful kidney fat. We can grind this down.
Nice.
You guys can render it, make some beautiful cooking tallow. We've got our marrow bones here. We can chop them up for your dogs or for some soup stock.
Yep.
We've got our beautiful ground beef. It's going to be approximately around 100 pounds. And that is everything that you're going to be getting in half a beef.
Half a cow. Wow.
That's enough to clog arteries and cause heart disease for a whole family and a whole generation.
I'm telling everybody. I'm telling you guys though that that's the healthiest way to consume meat if you're gonna do it.
Yeah, and then he mentioned the tallow, the beef tallow. Even Bobby Kennedy loves that.
Lots and lots of meat.
You know, we should have a debate about this. I don't know if anybody disagrees. I know the ribeye is a juicier, more flavorful cut of meat, but I always, if push comes to shove and it's the same price at a restaurant or even at a grocery store when I'm picking up the steaks, I go strip steak over ribeye. And I feel like that's the unpopular choice.
It is.
I feel like I get more meat for my money.
Okay.
I want less. I know the fat's where the flavor comes from. I'm all for the marble.
Yeah.
I get it. But I go strip over ribeye.
Yeah. Strip over ribeye. I can see that.
Now, if I've got the coin, I'll go filet mignon. I don't have to worry about anything.
Fillets all day, absolutely.
But you're going to pay 40% more.
You take that in comparison. So this guy, like, we're taking a cow and we're like, this is the meat you get for half of it.
Yeah.
Take that to what this woman does. This is cut 7. She goes through her beef is how much things cost these days, and she goes through her grocery list. Okay, so she has her grocery list here, but look at the crap that she buys. She says this is going to feed her and her kids for less than a week, and she goes through it all, and then she goes through her receipt. But maybe you're just not buying the correct stuff, sweetheart.
Yes.
Roll this.
All the other countries that wonder and say that Americans are just fat and lazy and
Look
they
at
don't do
that.
anything to better themselves. This is what $115 gets you. Let me show you. We were able to get some Ritz crackers, 1 thing of cereal, some ramen, more ramen, tuna, bag of potatoes, a few avocados,
Fine.
some snacks, desserts,
Yeah.
2
Funyuns.
bags of chips, ice creams, Pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls.
Some sausage biscuits.
Sausage biscuits.
One
Dr.
thing
Pepper.
of Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
All of this for $115.
Trash.
Like, you're not shopping right, sweetheart.
No.
We're not making it. This is going to feed my kids for less than a week. And this doesn't include any dinners. There are no dinners here. This is lunch and snacks. I don't know how people are making it. It's hard out there.
Oh, I get it. Trust me, the prices are outrageous. Hopefully that comes down as well. But you are picking some of the most awful items.
Yes.
First of all, you should be going to Aldi, like Dawn suggests. You can get all your produce, all your essentials, your breads, your bagels, lettuce, tomatoes, all the basic stuff. I walk out of Aldi every Sunday, spending about $44. Then I go to Giant for other things, and I get half of the items, and it's $80. But yeah. By the way, I've got the price of the cow here. I did a quick search. I was like, "Hey Siri." The cost of a half cow can vary, but typically it ranges from $1,500 to $3,000 or even higher, depending on factors like location, quality, and whether it's grass-fed or grain-fed.
Yeah, Tom, I think it was Tom on the YouTube chat says he bought a quarter of a cow for $700 in Lancaster.
That would add up. Then a half would be $1,500.
But
just go back to that, Phil. If you can, just throw up the picture, throw up the video of the beef and all the steaks. You don't even need to play it. But for roughly $1,500,
yes,
you get that. I feel good about that.
Well,
you know what? I mean, Kristen, are you listening? We're done. We're not buying it anymore anywhere. We're going to go right to the source.
And again, you're getting it in a more healthy form than you would get it at even at a butcher shop.
Now here's my complaint though. You got to freeze it.
What's wrong with that?
You always maybe I'm wrong on this one. My wife claims that I am.
If I get a steak, I know where you're going here. If
I don't
get a
want to
steak,
freeze it.
I agree.
It's not the same.
It's going on the grill that night.
Right.
You're 100% right.
I feel like the tenderness goes away.
Yep. Agreed.
Am I wrong?
Okay. First of all, there's a ground beef recall because of E. coli.
Oh, here we go.
Thanks, Dawn.
So
all right,
there's that going on.
Fish
Organic ranch or organic ground beef.
Donnie Downer.
Salmon for everybody.
So, but I will say this: it depends on your freezer. So go see our friends at D&K Appliances.
Yeah.
Because if you have a high quality freezer, and then do not defrost it like in the microwave on that defrost mode.
Oh no!
Like don't do that.
No.
Let it defrost naturally.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you do that properly, then you won't have that problem.
Yeah, you can
if you have a
stick
good
it.
freezer.
Yeah, you can stick it in the microwave and just not turn it on and let it sit in there for 8 hours while you're working, and your dog won't get it. But yeah.
So there you go. So my advice to you is if you can swing it, buy the cow. Buy half the cow. Or even a quarter of the cow.
I'm a little turned on right now.
The hell that be? Here's my problem. See, all that in the freezer, and then what would happen is, David would go, "Oh, look at those steaks," and then half of them will be gone in a week.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
like you
have
can't
to put a lock on the thing.
Yeah, you can't fast track yourself for heart disease. I would still space it out, maybe 2 a month, but
Dawn,
literally yesterday, you know what he said to me?
What?
I only had 290 grams of protein today. He's on the, because you're supposed to eat as much protein as I don't know.
Your body weight.
So he's eating more than that because he's trying to bulk up or whatever. Yeah. He doesn't weigh, obviously he doesn't weigh that, but that's how much, he has the protein.
I'm eating 16 grams of protein right now.
Well, it's good for you.
We
don't eat enough protein.
Protein cookie in here.
A protein cookie.
Lenny and Larry's, the complete cookie.
Just get a peptide and put it in your water or your coffee. You know what I mean?
Peptide?
The powders.
Oh, the powders.
All I do is natural beverage here. Straight black coffee, straight alkaline water.
I'm telling you, put the protein powder in your coffee. I used to do that. It's like you don't even taste it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a way to get protein in the morning because we don't eat here. Well, you do. You eat on the air. Dawn and I don't eat here.
I know you guys work longer days than I do. Do either of you eat? I know we know Dawn does.
Yeah, right when I get home.
Yeah.
Soccer, do you eat while you're still at Odyssey?
I have a thing of blueberries. Maybe every once in a while I'll have one of those blueberry fig bars. Okay. Very, very rarely.
Yep.
And then I eat when I get home.
But you don't eat lunch in your cubicle?
No.
No.
Very, very rarely, unless I have a lunch, meeting or something like that. Dawn, one of the YouTubers let us know that Connecticut House of Representative member who read that book, she actually went further, and when they said you have to censor yourself, she took out words and replaced them with other words.
I love this.
So we have it. Let me play this for you here, guys.
Chamber. Sure. I will try to change some of the language with pretend words if that works for you.
Pretend.
The book is called Lucky, and it says, give me a blow mob.
Blow mob.
Is that better? This book was Concrete Rose, and let me see if I can rephrase. This was the first time we ever had, I think sex would be okay, without protection. I see what the homies mean. It do feel different. I'm trying to work with you, Mr. Speaker, on how I say things, okay?
Yeah.
I know our children can listen to it, but apparently the adults in the room can't.
Amazing. Amazing.
I would have dropped the raw dog in there, but that's just me.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Blow mob.
Blow mob.
Blow mob. That's good.
Hey, baby, how about you give me a blow mob?
Well, see, when you say it like that, I think I have to dump it because it sounds dirty.
Really?
I did, yeah. You
Well, that's a mob of
See,
fans.
you always go too far, Kayal.
Mob?
You always
mob
go
of
too far.
fans.
Mob?
I just feel like
MOB?
it's, yeah. Because, dude, we have a spotlight on us because of the FCC.
See?
So, thank you.
It's the intent. What was your intent?
I have no idea. I don't think before I talk.
Wow.
Oh, man.
All right, let's go to Target, shall we?
Do we have to?
These people are walking through a Target store protesting because they got rid of their DEI rules, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to read to you from the far-right USA Today. This was published on June 4th.
Yep.
An orchestrated campaign to stoke tension over Target's rollback of DEI initiatives deployed fake accounts to flood social media with manufactured outrage, a new report claims. Israeli tech firm CYABRA, I don't know what that spells, analyzed thousands of posts on social media X from January 1st to April 21st as shoppers vented over Target's pullback and activists organized grassroots boycotts. It determined that 27% of the social media accounts it sampled were fake and contributed significantly to the viral backlash.
Mm-hmm.
So these people that are protesting, that are big mad about this rollback of DEI, they're doing it from fake accounts that are trying to stoke outrage and fear. Can we stop getting our news from Twitter? Thank you. Roll them walking through.
Oh, look at this guy.
Look at these people.
Flannel and a mask.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Little kids. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Shame
There
on
we
Target.
go.
Kids out of it.
Another dude with gray hair. Stupid hats. Guy looks like he's from Blossom.
Oh boy.
This girl, the Queen Elsa. She's standing in the shopping cart.
Not supposed to do that.
So all these dummies that are protesting all of this, they're all getting their information from TikTok and Twitter, and 30% of it is fake.
Yep.
It's fake.
Suckers, you getting played.
Do people not understand this?
No.
You're right. Everybody's getting played.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody understands it. Everybody's getting played.
But if you are going to stand in a shopping cart, I do recommend the Target carts. They are the best. They are the best carts. Better than Walmart. Better than the grocery store. Those red that just tells you it's a quality item.
Agreed. I wanted to get to this. I'm actually more curious about Dawn's opinion on this. This went viral on TikTok. This is a Florida mom who sparked a fierce debate after allowing her kids to skip the final week of school. So this is Patricia Horton. She's a mother of two in Florida. She unapologetically pulled her kids out of the last couple of days of school because she insisted there was no reason to let them go. She shared the viral video on TikTok. She posted it on May 22nd. She says most of the teachers would rather have you keep your kids home anyway. Her children, 7 and 12. Roll this.
Do you make your kid go to school the last day of school? Do you make your kid go to school the last week of school? I don't make my kids go to school the last couple days of school. I don't see the point. most of the teachers would rather you keep your kids home anyway, at least around here. My parents, they made us go to school every single day. Every single day. All the way to the very last day of school every year. I have cleaned a lot of desks. That is what we did the last week of school when I was a kid.
True.
We cleaned desks
Yep.
and we cleaned classrooms. And
Yep.
I was a professional at cleaning desks. So why? What was the point of sending me to school on the last few days of school? My parents were sending us to school, baby, from the first day to the last day without fail. If we were missing school, it's because we had a doctor's appointment or because we were sick. And when I say we were sick, I mean we had to check out. Like, you had to be throwing up, you had to have a fever, or you had to be doing the other in the bathroom to be able to stay home because you were sick. But I mean, I'm not doing that with my kids. Stay home, baby. It's summertime. Time to go.
All right, debate.
I would say this, that when my sons were in, our little Catholic school, Norwood Fontbonne Academy, the nuns would talk about this and say, these days we need your help in cleaning the desks. They would in part do that. They also would do fun things, and they would invite parents to bring snacks and cupcakes and whatever, and it was more of a celebration. But I think that for her in the public school, the teachers are like phoning it in. They're not allowed to bring food because somebody might be allergic. It's not fun for the kids.
God.
And so I don't blame her.
Snowflake.
I feel badly for her that her kids, it just sounds kind of like a institutional, like miserable school. But my kids loved and they love school. And so it goes to school choice and all of that. But it's sad that she pretty much sounds like she hated school, and she's not going to force her kids to clean the desks in a public school where they feel unappreciated. And she's saying the teacher doesn't even want the kids there.
That's what she's saying.
That's sad.
So you're giving her the pass. It's okay
I'm
to have the
giving her
kids
the
there?
pass.
Yeah, I disagree.
Because she cannot afford private schools, and she doesn't have a school choice.
No, I disagree. This, to me, go to school. There's one more week left. My girls are done after, I think it's next Wednesday, June 11th. I told them right as we got close to Memorial Day, I said, if you think you're going to phone it in these next 2 weeks, you're out of your mind. You have 10 weeks of summer. 10 weeks.
Well, it depends on, is this mom, what is she doing with them?
Yeah.
Why? So that's another question.
Well, at the very end, she said, "We're it's summer, babies. Go have fun.
Go have fun."
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they have a vacation planned.
Yeah,
it's
so
just go to the park.
7 and 12, too young. I agree. I never went on my last couple of days either, but that was because I just never went. And my mom didn't have. She didn't say you could stay home. I just didn't go. But I agree with you. Those last couple of days of school are like the absolute. Like, nothing gets done.
Yeah, but they're fun, though. They're fun days.
Usually they're fun.
Right, which is why I'm saying it's not like you're taking a final exam. Like college, your last day on campus is for a final exam.
Yeah.
Those are brutal, but they're also necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Here, it's fun. Like my girls yesterday, Dawn, you might even know this place, Camp Quebec.
Sure.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
They went to Camp Quebec yesterday. They loved it.
Fun.
Yeah.
The school is fun. I'm sad for this lady and her kids. It doesn't sound like it's a great experience.
EKZ says Nick phones it in every day at 9:45.
That's right. That's right.
As he's packing up.
That's not.
Because I've got nothing left to offer. It's about Greg and Dawn and Phil and Jimmy. It's their spotlight, not mine.
Show up for school, show up for work, says Thompson. I kind of tend to be more with Dawn on this. Just like what a waste of time.
They had 2 years off. It was called virtual. You've got making up to do.
But that's the whole point, that this sounds miserable. They're not learning anything. I would say to that lady, figure out a pathway to get to a better school in a private
She's probably
school.
from North Central Florida.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, my kids have great memories, loved school right up until the last day. I have great memories. I loved the last day of school.
They used to have field day, right?
Yeah.
Field day was
What
the last week
What
or
a waste
so.
of time that was.
It was fun, though.
It was
the competitions.
It was an excuse for me and my friends to go find a park and smoke cigarettes.
Right. Everybody else is out there doing like a soccer or a dodgeball game. Stalkers over in the woods burning heaters.
Oh, you were having fun.
Okay, sure. Getting lung cancer. Yeah. By the way, coming up, we'll break down the Portnoy Minahan or Minahan, whatever his name is, video, and the topic of free speech and where the F the Jews stuff comes in as far as free speech goes. It's a really fascinating debate. Plus, get on over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Fight Club, submitted by Chris Guck, coming in at 9:10. So get on over to YouTube right now. Dawn, talk to us about Marvin E. Cans.
Yeah, my guys at Marvin E. Cans, because you got to have your guys and make sure, think about this today. It's going to feel like it's over 90 degrees as we heat up for summer. And that means you got to keep your home cool and efficient. That's paramount, right? Especially in this heat. You don't want to be sweating it out. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. They were out to get our AC unit all tuned up, summer ready. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for the summer and for every season, quite frankly. If Marvin E. Cans, if they feel that your unit does need to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train unit, TRANE, hard to stop a train, as they say. Just visit my guys, marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com, Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you thinking about selling your home? It's not like it used to be. The market is shifting. Today's buyers are pickier than ever. They want move-in ready homes with modern features. So how do you stand out without breaking the bank? Well, that's where my great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors comes in. She's hosting a free event for future home sellers. Learn how to navigate the uncertain housing market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, and fast-moving technology. Learn her low-cost staging techniques that meet today's buyers' demands. Join Diane and me for a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres on Wednesday evening, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. At the special event, you'll get a signed copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Get ahead of the competition. Come to Diane's Future Home Seller event and sell your home fast. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you there on June 11th.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there. You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year. With an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating, the sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Fight Club coming up in about 8 minutes as we continue. Stalker's Cut Sheet, an interesting email I just received from Stephen O'Mara in regards to school days. He says, I have them out a week early.
Wow.
Paying $10K for grade school tuition, and I'll be damned if they're going to audition for a janitor role. My kids can clean my house.
Somebody brings up a good point. I think it was Ipso Facto on the YouTube chat who said the last day, if you remember the movie Days of Confused, like that was the ultimate last day of school. And I do remember those days where like you take all your papers, throw them up, everybody's celebrating when everybody goes out and parties, because it's the last day of school. I do remember that fondly. So I believe I was there on the last day, but just leading up to it, I don't think I was there. You know what I mean?
I recall the days of cleaning out your desk when you had that little compartment underneath. You could almost slide the tray out. You'd put your books and your pens and stuff like that. Never had a problem with that because I always kept that relatively organized. But clean out your locker day, I'll never forget in 10th grade. I left. There was a stretch early on in the calendar year of school in September where I would go up to my locker on the 3rd floor, put stuff in, whatever. And our home room for football was the actual football locker room. So I got to the point where I'm not going to go up there anymore. I'll just bring that stuff in here next to my equipment because we sit in here for homeroom anyway. And I forgot that I left my packed lunch around the 3rd week of September in my locker.
Ew.
And it got to the point where that whole hallway just reeked. And you
are a disgusting human.
They pinpointed it. They pinpointed it. And they were like, locker 157.
And that was you.
And it was me.
Yeah.
And I went up there and I left my orange in my lunch.
Ugh.
And it had rotted.
Ugh.
And it was like May. And I'm like,
That's nasty.
It's my bad.
Yeah, senior week. Did you guys do a senior week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
But I never went anywhere. I also never went to my prom.
I just hated high school so much that I just didn't want to be there. So any of those activities, I was just like, eh.
See, I didn't mind high school, but I hated the activities. I didn't do prom. I didn't do graduation. No, I did graduation. I just didn't want to do it, but I definitely didn't go to prom.
Can we talk right before? By the way, 5 minutes. Get on over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because in 5 minutes we will have a Fight Club submitted by one of our Twitter listeners. This took place at a playground. Anywhere, anytime, for any reason.
Hey man, fights equal ratings.
Let's start though. So get on over there now. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're over there if you want to see the video. Let's go to Moorestown, New Jersey. Local story here. What are the squatters' rights in the state of New Jersey? I feel like they're pretty, like squatters. Squatters can basically say, "Yep, I live here now," and then you as the homeowner have absolutely no rights.
Well, that whole charade is over in Florida. DeSantis ain't having any of that.
Well, I'm glad you said that because it's very different in the state of New Jersey, locally here in Moorestown, New Jersey, where this squatter thinks she can camp out in there forever, even with a judge's eviction order. So these cops show up with eviction orders, and she's like, "Nah, I'm good.
Go home to your mom.
I'm going to stay here forever. Roll this." And it looks like an affluent neighborhood, too, by the way. It looks like, Moorestown is a beautiful neighborhood. But,
Can I help you?
Ma'am, Officer Gotti, Superior Court. How are you?
Good, how are you?
This is
Can you open the door? We're here to do the eviction.
Get off.
I'm sorry, but there can't be any force that's involved.
There's an eviction. It was kicked back from federal back to the state
this
last
woman.
night or yesterday, and I was advised to move forward today. Can you come to the door, please?
Break the thing
Who
down.
do you have with you? A police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Can I speak with him?
Can you come to the door?
I cannot. I'm sick in bed.
Oh, this woman.
Sounds good to me.
Well, I can't stop the execution of the eviction.
Break down the door.
Well,
look,
those orders are void.
Ma'am.
Unfortunately.
Police officer Moorestown.
Sir.
Can you come downstairs and
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I can talk to you through this right here.
Break down the door.
I'd come through the roof.
Well, this gentleman's here.
Like a Christmas vacation.
I understand what he's here for, but unfortunately, the eviction papers that he was served are fraudulent.
Oh, this is so
And as
infuriating.
a result of being fraudulent and not being ordered by the court of right, he doesn't have the actual order in hand. That's not the actual physical order.
Oh,
there
this
was
woman.
never an actual order for possession. There was an order that was enjoined with the DC action, which pursuant to law, you can't join an LT action with a DC action with an LT action. Nothing can be enjoined together.
But I enjoined you with my
The
handcuffs.
officers are here. They wouldn't understand the court side of it. I was given a green light.
Right, but this is civil. So, unfortunately, and you cannot make forceful entry into the home.
And actually, I can. We're opening the door.
No, you cannot.
Opening the door now.
That is illegal.
It is not.
Break down the door! I would go in there with an effing battering ram.
God, I'd love to see that.
Well, they know that they're
That
being
is illegal.
recorded.
I know.
This is
A
good.
sheriff can do something like that.
Very professional.
Officer, I'm Superior Court officer. I'm here. I'll show you the paperwork when you come down. I'll show you my
Right.
badge.
You are a process server. You are a 1099 employee process server. That's what you are.
Oh my God,
That's
this
what
woman
your
is
position is.
vile.
Here's where we are. You're somewhat correct, but I have the powers from the judge to come do the eviction, and that's where we stand.
You don't have the powers to enforce excessive force onto the home.
Well, the owners allow me because he has possession of the home. Again, I don't have the powers to arrest.
No, you don't. If someone is still living in the home,
Oh,
the
my
owner does not
Lord.
have possession
Look
of
at how
the
she
home.
knows the law.
And that's
I know.
New Jersey law.
I know.
If that was the case, then the whole United States would not leave properties. The question at hand is, and I'm not arguing your debate, what you have with the courts or so on and so forth.
This guy's
right now,
amazingly
you are
calm.
trespassing onto property.
Oh.
No one said that you could come onto this property.
We are.
Please put the officers. I would like to speak with the officers.
The
I would
C
like to speak
word
with the
would have
officers.
come out of my mouth about 100
Open the
times
door.
right now.
That's why he's chewing gum so
Give
hard.
me the officers.
Oh,
Wow.
these people.
Oh man.
Give these gentlemen
I
and
do.
ladies, if they're, give them a raise.
Agreed.
How
Agreed.
patient and professional.
That's why they can do it and I can't.
Wow.
You're 100% right.
There's no way I would tolerate that.
But these
There's just
people, there's a young woman who we actually was at the December event for Families Back the Badge. She won't come on air with us. Philadelphia. She's a young, successful career woman who you guys met.
Yes.
She does not want to come on air, but she is a victim of this, and
Mm-hmm.
she's still in the courts. This has been going on for years with a squatters case here in Philadelphia. She bought a nice home like in the city, and squatters came in. It's an unbelievable story. So I hope she comes on the air with me. But this is going on in cities like Philadelphia.
Just so I recall, she was not when she purchased it. Was that to rent it out as a landlord or to live in it herself?
To live in it herself,
and
she
somebody
had to
else took
rehab
it over.
And some guy took it over, but they know the laws. They bring pictures and say, "Oh, this is my family. No, this is my home. I've been living." Because in Jersey, technically, it's like 30 years. Oh no, I've been living here forever, and they know the laws and how to circumvent the laws.
What does any blue state gain from allowing this to happen?
I don't know.
Right? I mean, we could sit here and pick apart blue states and blue cities policies on all sorts of things like sanctuary cities. What do they gain from this? Like, why is it even allowed?
My in-laws, I've said this before, my in-laws, they rent houses, and they deal with this all the time, and people are horrendous. And by the way, while they're in there because they can't leave, then they destroy. They destroy the inside.
Yep.
It is people are creeps. This is why I stay inside and I hate people because they're creeps. You can't trust people because they're awful.
What you have to do seriously is turn off everything. Turn off the power, the water, shut everything down as the owner.
Yep.
And then you get some friends with big dogs and have the dogs live there with you.
Yep.
And people don't like dogs.
By the way,
turn off all the power, kick the doors in, throw the tear gas in.
Here's the problem too: is that technically she's right. She's right with everything she said. That's the problem. That's the problem with states like New Jersey that allow this crap to happen.
Well, but no, the judge gave the order for them to finally go in.
But
So she's only right up to a certain point.
Yep.
Yeah.
But found a good judge who would go along with it. But these people, I would love to know how many years this has been going on, how much money have they had to pay lawyers, and what is the condition of the home now?
And then the danger that the officers are in if they go in. They have no idea who's on the other side of that door.
Yeah, is she armed?
Her husband could be there with a shotgun. You have no idea.
All right, we're late.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Thursday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit tricounty.com. By the way, if you come down tomorrow morning to the Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, if you come down tomorrow and you're there to watch the broadcast and you have a Fight Club submission, I will do it for whoever is there who gives me a Fight Club submission live. So I won't veto it. You give me a fight. You come down tomorrow. You give me a Fight Club submission. I will play it live right there at 9:10.
So we could have a handful of submissions. We could do a whole segment of clips.
If people come down and give me submissions, yes, I will play them live on air and give you full credit. Today's credit, by the way, goes to Chris Guck at AmericaGuck1776 on Twitter, who sent me this one. This is a fight on a playground that escalated something fierce. Viewer discretion is advised with this. Let me just say that. Viewer discretion is advised. If you want to see this, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. All right, Phil, roll it.
Looks like a two on two.
Uh-oh. Hang on. This is what led up to it. Oh! Yep. Oh! Boy,
that girl's got Crocs on.
Yeah, look at that.
Never bring Crocs to a
Whoa.
knife fight. What is she? Is that a gun?
That's a gun.
Does she have a gun in her hand?
She has a gun. Yeah.
Oh Jesus. Well, if you have a gun, I guess you can bring Crocs.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Nice pair of Air Force Ones being destroyed. Yeah, boy. Oh! Is that a slap or a shot?
Yeah, that was a shot. I don't believe...
you done shot your own people. You done shot your own people.
She accidentally shot her friend.
Crazy. She done shot her own people.
She learned grammar at the same school as Nick Kayal.
Yeah. When I told you I grew up in rough areas,
yeah, I was just gonna
you think
say
I was lying.
I just told her don't shoot. Why would you shoot? Look, she leaking. That is slow. That is slow.
Wow.
I just told this dumbass don't shoot.
Yep.
Oh
See what public school gets you in Easton, Pennsylvania?
Jesus, man. Oh, my God.
When I tell you I grew up 2 blocks away from public housing, you think I was kidding?
Look, not every fight club is going to be pretty.
Wow.
That
I was wondering if that was a fake gun.
That could have. I mean, I believe. I don't know this, but I believe that that everybody was okay after that. But.
So it's amazing. We have that on video, but we don't have the no video footage of the Memorial Day incident in Philadelphia at the park.
And no suspect description, no motive.
She shot her own friend.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
In a fist fight.
Never trust the chick with Crocs and a gun.
Real brain trust.
Oh, my Lord.
Wow.
Jesus.
That's the future leaders of the Democrat Party right there.
Oh, God. Very good. Thank you, Chris.
Those rocket scientists make Jasmine Crockett seem like a Rhodes Scholar.
Yeah. Look, you submitted my plan. That's how we roll here.
Man, just the disregard for human life. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest takeaway from all of these videos.
Yep.
All of the shootings in Dawn's News.
Yep.
We shoot people now like we throw around the F-bomb.
It's true. By the way, if you submitted something to me for Fight Club, I will get to them. I will get to all of them. It's just we have so many of them.
Yeah.
Emails, tweets, texts I'm getting from people.
Hell, Portnoy could have been Fight Club today, and he didn't even physically get into it.
We'll get to that next. But yeah, if you come down to Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Piazza Auto Group tomorrow, we will do a live version of Fight Club. And if you come down there with a submission, I will play it right there live on the air. So, but we should do Portnoy next.
All right, Kayal and Company, we roll on. Get ready for this one. Where do we draw the line with free speech and jokes when it comes to the Jewish community in light of today's climate?
Such a great video, too, by the way.
Back after this.
But first, we got to talk about our friends from Piazza Auto Group. And I'm reporting live, as we all are, from the Piazza Auto Group studios, Piazza Premium Automobiles. You've heard me talk about my Honda Civic. And what about this summer? This is sizzling with the new Civic Hybrid sedan, or maybe a hatchback with a little extra storage for my friends at Piazza Honda. Civic Hybrid receiving that honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year. They have an impressive 50 as well as 47 highway MPG rating. So the sporty Civic sedan now coming with all the efficiency that you want, but also the excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do this today. You can browse more than 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been a fan of Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro forever, and I'm so excited that they've got an amazing anniversary coming up. 60 years in business, 60 years of standing up for freedom and liberty and your rights. So join their staff June 24th through the 28th for specials throughout the store. Bob's Little Sports Shop will have a limited number of very special commemorative Henry rifles for sale. So get in and check out their incredible inventory and this milestone event of 60 years being celebrated all throughout June, and with a special week of sales from June 24th through the 28th. Military discounts available. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com for more details and come see them on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. They're open daily Tuesday through Saturday. bobslittlesportshop.com. They're my store. In one visit, they're going to be your store too. Great people, responsible gun ownership, protect our freedom, protect our liberty. bobslittlesportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah, 926, Kayal and Company. It's a Thursday morning as we are just about 20 minutes away from our morning mystery movie clip. What occurred today in music history and what is on tap for the Dawn Show as we continue,
by the way,
with Stalker's Cut Sheet.
Real quickly, the morning mystery movie clip, we're again playing for tickets to see Ringo Starr and his all-star band at the Mann Center on June 15th. So if you get the morning mystery movie clip correct at 9:50 when we play it, you're going to see Ringo Starr and his all-star band.
How about that? Nice prize. Okay. So this is Phil Cut 18. We're going to get to the Barstool Sports meltdown over some jokes that were made on one of their broadcasts. I think you guys know actually the anti-Semitism just kind of revolving and orbiting around Dave Portnoy over the last month has been fascinating. We had the anti-Semitic incident down at the Barstool Sports Bar here in South Philadelphia. And Dave Portnoy was either yesterday or 2 days ago on the cut sheet. He's doing one of his pizza reviews. And you heard somebody drive by and say, F the Jews. And the people standing behind El Presidente were recording him doing the pizza review. And they started laughing. And he turned around. He was out of character. And he was, I'm paraphrasing here. Are you serious? Really? Not funny. All right, let's get back to filming the pizza. So this was yesterday on one of the Barstool shows. Kurt Minahan is a former morning host on WEEI in Boston. And he's got all sorts of baggage as well. And this was the exchange where Portnoy kind of loses his mind because I think he's reached his tipping point on the anti-Semitism in this country. Clip 18, let's roll this.
I think right now you probably
nothing
don't do
nothing. Silence everything.
What do you?
Every comedian, don't tell a joke about it because Dave, that's how the world works.
Kirk,
I agree with you.
Go back to your question. When does freedom of speech impinge
That was your
on freedom
question,
of
not
religion?
mine. That was your question. Not
Answer
mine.
it.
How many deaths?
Yeah.
I don't have an answer.
Like how in America, American
what's your
citizens.
answer? What's your answer to that question?
Now.
Okay, we're there.
Now.
So now what? So now what do we do?
So maybe you stop with the Jew jokes and act like it's not a big deal when someone does the Jews in a bar.
Or no, here's the thing. I'm with you 1,000% on that. You should have kicked those people out. Of course you should.
I'm not talking about kicking them out. I'm talking about.
You want to go to jail? Like what do you want? Like those guys.
You are defending this guy Mick for what he said right after that happened. He's not anti-Semitic.
I'm not defending him. No,
if your brain goes in,
I'm not defending him, Dave. What I'm saying, you should have him on here or somebody else like that and fucking fight with them because then you have a conversation.
That's what this idiot wants.
Dave, these guys that wrote the thing at the bar, the Jews, right?
Yes.
You're gonna fly them to Auschwitz. Some guy tweets at you something. You want to? He's not. You can't come on.
It was a bar I owned. It was a bar I owned.
They should have been kicked out. So, but my thing is,
no, it's not just kick out, Kirk. Are you ignoring what's going on in the world?
No,
right
I'm
now?
not. What do you want to do with those guys? What do you want to do? What do you want to do with those guys in the bar? Put them in jail for 50 years? Fine. I don't care.
I didn't say that. You're quite literally changing everything you say, Kirk. If you just want me to kick him out, not mention it, not care that this kid is anti-Semitic, shut up. If you just want me to ignore it,
don't tell me to shut.
Shut the up, you bald.
Okay, go ahead.
How's that?
Oh, it's kill. I'll never recover from that, Dave. Go ahead, continue. I'll never recover.
Well, you're the one who big boss man, don't tell. I'll tell you, you work for me.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
You work for me.
Sure, you bet. For now,
oh, you
continue.
don't?
Is how we talk to Dawn.
Is this a show or not a show? Like, is a show or not a show? Like, we can't have a conversation?
You're
The
an
other guy
idiot.
is just silent.
Yeah.
You're literally
That's
saying
Alex Thompson.
people should be allowed to make Jew jokes, say whatever they want right now. That's
Yes,
what
I
you're
think
saying.
people should be allowed to make jokes.
So how many Jews have to be killed before you stop?
All right.
All right, right there's the perfect spot. So Kurt Minahan's getting $500,000 a year to do that show? Wow. All right. So I thought about this last night because I watched this clip probably 15 times, and there was 3 things I jotted down. And it's all based on the setting and the venue for me. F the Jews in a comedy club, I'm totally fine with this. You know my rules on comedy clubs. Check your feelings at the door.
Well,
check your outrage at the door.
Context, though, right?
No, in a comedy club, I think anything you can say, you can do whatever you want because it's entertainment. It's not meant. It's not honest. It's not being authentic. Okay. You're putting on a performance, having a good time. Don't be offended. If you have thin skin, don't go to a comedy club. I try to be consistent with that, with comedy clubs. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish, if you're black, if you're Hispanic, if you're gay. It's a comedy venue. It's meant to be lighthearted. It's funny. They're not being hateful and inflicting violence on you. It's a production. It's entertainment. If you can't separate reality from entertainment, that's a you problem. F the Jews on the streets behind a pizza review in public, completely tone deaf, a complete creation, I believe, of what happened on October 7th, 2023, where it opened up this floodgate of people being able to blurt that stuff out because, I don't know, they're oblivious to the historical concept of what Jews have had to deal with, or if they think they're funny, but it's not funny, and I thought Portnoy had the right to be offended at the people behind him that were laughing, that suck up to him because they love him eating a slice of pizza and then giving it a 7.2. Mm-hmm. This right here, though, I think Portnoy is justified in this setting. And look, I'm aware that Portnoy can be a character, and sometimes I don't know if it's real or authentic.
Yeah, that was my thought on this too. I was like, are they really fighting?
But like, dude, at some point, if you're Jewish, you've reached your exasperation level. Agreed. It's a 10 out of 10.
Agreed.
And you're like, dude, I know it was a joke. I know it's free speech. But at the end of the day, dude, how much more do I have to deal with before I blow a gasket, right?
Right.
So those are kind of the 3 different levels. Comedy club, I'm good, man. It's jokes. It's fun. Or everybody's out drinking, having a good time. If you're offended, then maybe you should have thought about going before. Everywhere else, I think Portnoy is justified. That's my stance.
You know, what if, let's just say any other group, kill the blacks. Would that be okay to yell on a street, but behind a African-American presenter, reporter, broadcaster, to stand behind, kill the blacks, and then people laugh and applaud? Would that be okay? Kill the women. Kill the children. I mean, pick any.
Kill the Arabs.
Like choose a religion, choose whatever you want. It would never be okay. So, I don't think he's faking it, or if he can fake like his whole face is turning red.
I think that
was real.
I would bet on it
because it's like this, and this is real here, and the fact it's this bizarre justification. Oh, it's just a joke.
Yes.
What?
And I don't think Minahan is wrong 9 out of 10 times if he drops that line. I don't even know if it's in that clip. Do we even hear what he said that triggered Portnoy? I wasn't really I was trying to pay attention more to Portnoy's response.
I think they were talking about obviously, this is technically, like as Don would say, a local story because they're referencing that issue that happened at the Barstool there on Sanson Street
and that's
in
the
Philadelphia.
thing. It's the culmination of that incident, Shapiro's governor's mansion being firebombed.
But it wasn't a joke. That's where Kirk is wrong. Is that it wasn't what happened at that bar wasn't a joke. What happened to Dave in Toronto with that pizza review where some guy screamed out "Kill the Jews" or "F the Jews" or whatever it was, and those kids laughed in the back. That wasn't a joke either. If you're in a comedy club, yes, and you tell a joke, and that's one thing. But these were hateful comments that were made.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's all about the venue, the setting, what the climate is like, the venue. Again, if you ever get tickets to Chappelle, you might be offended. Just know that he might go there and trigger you. Bill Maher, you name it. That's what makes them what they are.
But it's the way to say. By the way, anti-Semitic. Threats, violence worldwide. Mm-hmm. By the way, America and worldwide are through the roof. These events, bullied, threatened, violent acts, murder. I mean, obviously, look at what happened in Boulder, Colorado, which is devastating. 2 weeks before that, D.C. But this whole thing of, it's just a joke. Anytime you use a word like, rape or kill and then fill in the blank, no, that's not a joke.
Well, what about F the insert whatever demographic?
It's not the joke. It's not a joke. I just think it's really to say it on a street and yell it at, and he's Jewish. Everybody knows he's Jewish because he's been very vocal about being a Jew, the attacks on the Jew, the anti-Semitism, da-da-da. So when they're saying that, like, it's not, I don't think it's a joke.
Where's all the media and the Democrats coming to the rescue of anybody on the receiving end of this? Because you're right. Any other demographic, any other identifying community would be, the most covered thing in media. And I know Portnoy has a history. Portnoy has said a bunch of dumb things. He's done a bunch of dumb things. I see all these old clips that were resurfacing in response to this video that we just played for you in the mentions last night on X. It doesn't justify this here now.
Dude, I can't imagine what he sees in his mentions. I hope he doesn't look at his mentions in Twitter. On Twitter, because what I see, just as a Rye observer, they're calling him all sort of awful things, derogatory names for Jewish people, the K word, and just like awful. Like, I can't imagine. He's probably, you're right, this is genuine because he's at a tipping point where he's just like, enough of this.
Right. And he better get, I hate to say it, but he's now Target.
He is.
I hope he has security.
We played.
He can afford it.
When that Sansom Street incident happened at Barstool, Philadelphia, we played that kid, that guy that went on that white Nazi supremacist show where he basically called Portnoy a dirty, filthy Jew.
Oh yes.
And the kid sat there and did nothing. And like, yes, if I'm Dave Portnoy, I'm worried because these people have a history of doing bad things. Look what just happened in D.C.
Yeah, and also spare me the, well, you know what? He makes a ton of money. He puts himself out there. He opens himself up for it. He's fair game. That would be like LeBron James, who has gotten into politics over the last 10 years of his career, being on the receiving end of something. And if I said, well, LeBron puts himself out there, then you would come back, so you condone what was said to LeBron. No, I'm not saying I condone that. It's a terrible analogy. You get a chance, read this. We won't have time to get into this today, but Variety.com, Dave Chappelle, in a rare interview on political comedy and fiery SNL monologues. And it talks about where free speech, where the line is drawn, things like that. Again, I am all for the free speech element of comedy. Say what you want. And also, but when you look at this, and by the way, too, at the end of the day, maybe Minahan doesn't care. He still works for Portnoy, right? Like, in theory, Portnoy could have just zipped him right there. I don't know if they're in the same studio.
They're not.
Okay. I think Portnoy lives in Florida now.
But I mean, I give it to Dave for allowing that sort of, you know what I mean? Like, look, debates are good and
fights equal ratings.
This has gone last night when this thing first broke, it had like 3 million views. So like, God only knows what it's up to now. So he knows how to get clicks. It's what he's very good at.
By the way, locally, Temple University suspended those 2 students accused in the Portnoy situation locally. So that story continues.
Yep. Yes, it does. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to the movie, a great prize, the music, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show as we wrap up
Ringo Starr.
A Thursday morning. That's right. Stay right there.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Barks at Parks Belmont Stakes Day this Saturday at Parks Racing. Enjoy live thoroughbred racing and watch the Belmont Stakes at Parks. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce, face painters, food and beverage specials. Plus, you can watch the Basset Hound races in between thoroughbred races to benefit the Tri-State Basset Hound Rescue. It's all happening this Saturday at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Doors open at 10, first post 12:05. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing, 21 for casino gambling. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal and Company.
I need to fire myself.
Yes,
seriously.
Greg's going to hold a meeting with himself.
Just the worst.
Because we're going to play the movie clip.
Yeah, and
I can't read the prize because I don't have the copy. But Greg does.
And I did this to him yesterday, too. Right. He's like, hey, do you have the copy?
Oh, good.
Screenshot it.
Yeah, no.
I have no problem doing less work around here.
It's Ringo Starr and his all-star band will be at the Mann Center on June 15th, so tickets are at Ticketmaster.com. Thank you, Ticketmaster, for supplying these tickets. Phil has seen Ringo Starr and his all-star band, and you can attest that they are fabulous.
They were amazing.
Cool.
Amazing.
All right, so should we do this?
Let's do it. Jimmy Kelly, what do we have, buddy?
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
If you walk through this door now, you're walking into a world of trouble. And there's no turning back, you understand? Yes, I do. Good. Give me that axe.
The raid!
Regular officers!
Get your hands in the air! Nobody move!
This is a raid! All this stuff is impounded. You're all under arrest.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
You think you're pretty funny, don't you, Trebek? Call at 12-855-839-1210. You will get whatever prize
Ringo Starr and his all-star band. June 15th at the Mann, the greatest venue in Philadelphia. Fight me on it.
Yes.
And if you go, it'll probably be the best show you see all year.
Right.
And by the way, he's like 81 years old. You can't be doing these tours for too much longer.
That's true.
I'm surprised he's still kicking.
That's true. By the way, I might go home and watch that movie today. You can find it on demand anywhere you want.
After your or before your nap?
Don't.
That's a good question. You know, I'm gonna. I'll think about it on the job.
Don't.
Whole question.
Don't. Serious.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 5th, we celebrate the heavenly birthday of Tom Evans from Badfinger. We also lost Dee Dee Ramone on this day in 2002. Signature You've Got a Friend by James Taylor in 71. Altitude Big Game by White Lion in 89. Saint Anger by Metallica in 2003. Sinner by Drowning Pool in 2001. And Chickenfoot's debut in 2009.
Phil, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Saint Anger, as a Metallica fan, yay or nay?
Terrible.
Terrible album. I agree.
Also
terrible
in 96,
album.
yeah, oh, terrible. Also in 96, Jimi Hendrix appeared on the Dusty Springfield TV show.
I will break him.
Exactly. In 2008, James Taylor sang the national anthem at Game 1 of the NBA Finals in Boston. In 71, Carly Simon opened for Cat Stevens and debuted the song Anticipation. Speaking of Cat Stevens, in 76, he performed under that name for the last time. In 86, Ferris Bueller took his day off. In 77, Alice Cooper's boa constrictor suffered a fatal bite from a rat it was being fed for breakfast. Alice had auditioned for a replacement, and a snake named Angel got the job. And since Greg asked who knew Hart was touring, the listeners of this show knew since I mentioned it weeks ago. And I'll mention this again because we can remember skipping school 20 years ago but don't know what I said 6 weeks ago. They'll be back in our area at the Great Allentown Fair on August 27th. But lastly,
I think those are shots at me, Kale.
all the Phil timers out there. Well, here's a shot at Nick.
Playing up his audience.
This is for the Limp Bizkit fan. If I said on this day in '59, Robert Zimmerman graduated high school, who is that?
Who is Robert Zimmerman?
Phil, this is perfect. I love that you asked this. I love that you asked.
What
this.
year?
4K 59.
59. Do your little
graduate. No.
No, I was just gonna end. I'm Phil Offis, but who is Robert Zimmerman?
1959. You said he graduated high school?
Yes.
So he would have been born in 41.
The answer is
No. I want the Limp Bizkit fan.
He has no.
So you made
that means nothing to Kale.
No, but
I understand that.
No, he made a Limp Bizkit reference. I'm just gonna guess here. I have no idea. It's a total shot in the dark here. He's Fred Durst's father?
No.
Oh, you're going to be knocking on heaven's door with these dopey answers.
Oh, God, Kale. Blowing in the wind, knocking on heaven's door.
The movie came
Wait,
out.
hang on. Like a Rolling Stone.
Yes.
Anything.
Anything. What
Mr.
the biggest
Tambourine
artist
Man.
of all time?
Oh, Mr. Tambourine.
Anyway.
I got nothing.
Robert Zimmerman.
My son's namesake.
Bob Dylan?
Thank you! Jesus, man.
Yeah!
I have to reevaluate everything. Phil,
This is why I'm here.
Phil, beautiful. Thank you, my
Look
friend.
at this. I'm under 2-on-1 attack. I'm like I'm like an ICE agent in a blue city. Dawn, save us.
You just redeemed yourself.
Actually, Dawn, hold on one second. Sandy in Wilmington. I knew the movie was this movie, and I quoted it. Sandy, go right ahead.
Hi, yeah, it's the Untouchables.
Yeah, Sandy.
1987.
Wait, Sandy, have you ever seen Ringo Starr and his all-star band?
I have not, but it sounds terrific.
Awesome. And have you ever been to the Mann Center?
I have been to the Man, yes.
Awesome.
Do you know who Robert Redford was?
Robert Zimmerman.
We never knew who Robert Redford is.
Robert Zimmerman.
Yeah, I'm pretty old.
All right. Well, congratulations, Sandy.
Nick doesn't know
Enjoy
anything
yourself.
before he was born.
No, I just know Mr. Red and random obtuse things from the 40s.
As obtuse.
Yeah,
As
like
Dawn
that.
said yesterday, there are history books or books.
The sad part is
The thing is, he's still alive.
I probably was taught that at one point. I just never retained it. But Sandy, you've got yourself the tickets. You enjoy yourself, all right?
Thank you so much.
You
Thanks,
are welcome.
Sandy.
Sandy in Wilmington.
She genuinely laughed. You guys made her laugh.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
what we
cute.
try to do here every day. Even if it's at my expense. All right, Dawn, what do we have 7 minutes from now?
Well, right off the, Untouchables, thinking about crime fighting. So we'll take a deep dive into that this morning, and I'll play off what Bongino said. But we'll talk locally about ICE and where they're cracking down. You want to hear this because there's a lot going on with regard to that. There's a new study out, and it says this diet, no matter what your age, and this is important because a lot of times they say, oh, if you were healthy or unhealthy as a child, this one, you change your diet. There's certain things that no matter where you are in life, will make you live longer and help your brain health. I think this is a significant study. So we'll talk about that. But we'll check in as well with Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. Haven't chatted with her for a while. Just everything that's going on, the doxing of police officers, ICE. So we'll get into all of that. And then budgets as well locally. Josh Shapiro, as we mentioned, was here yesterday. What are they talking about? What's going on? Local politics, how does that relate nationally?
By the way, Richard Notaro is probably up in arms right now because Bob Dylan is his avatar.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's right.
He hasn't tweeted us lately.
Maybe
wonder where Richard is.
Maybe he's not listening anymore.
Hang in there, Richard.
Maybe we offended
You're
him.
okay.
Maybe
All
I
right.
offended him. I offend everybody else.
not.
Tomorrow's the day. 1260
Yes.
Wilmington Pike.
Come on out.
Come on, guys.
We're going to be
You gotta
out
be
there. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Piazza Auto Group, Brandywine SPCA, donuts, Dawn, dogs, coffee. Anything else I missed with a D?
No, it's all good. It's a lot of D's. Double D's, triple D's.
Double D's.
Triple D. That's a great show on the Food Channel.
If we have to be there, you do too. So please come out.
Yes.
It's going to be a beautiful day. Seriously.
Yes, please come out and see us. And to wrap it up in full context here as we go full circle with the binder and the big take.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Bravo.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses.